Hi, everyone. Oh, wow, that's loud. Sorry. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. It feels a little bit like being back in school because the front rows are all empty and the cool kids are all in the back. So lovely to have you all here. Welcome to UD Day 2023. We've got an absolutely exciting program planned for all of you. My name is Sumita and I'm the Chief Inclusion Officer for Inclusive Creation. So thank you so much for joining us today. Just a quick reminder that this event is fully live and streamed and captioned. It will also act as a kickoff to Mangfold i Mai. I'm not Norwegian, so I do apologize if my pronunciation is a bit off, but it's Diversity in May for all of our international audience. You can scan the QR codes that are on the walls on the front and on the side, and this is for our live transcribing. If you require assistance, if you have a disability, require assistance, please feel free to reach out to any of us. There's Anthony in the front here, Rigont in the back, and Anne all the way right there. Or you can also come up to me if you require any assistance at all with today's program. Before I hand you over to my close friend and all-around amazing person, I'd like to remind all of our speakers today who are here with us and also online to keep in mind the following to ensure we are as accessible as possible. Firstly, introduce yourselves and also please provide a description of your appearance. This can include your approximate age, your clothing, your hair color, skin color, anything that you're comfortable with sharing. Please also speak slowly so that our live captioners can transcribe at an easy pace. And a quick thank you to our sponsors, Doga and NAV, as well as the Norwegian Research Council, Forskningsrådet, and other private sponsors. Thank you for the applause. And without further ado, I'd like to bring on to our stage our first speaker, Dr. Anthony Giannamis from Inclusive Creation, who will be giving you some down and dirty tips on the 7 things your MBA did not teach you about diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's hear it for you guys showing up on a Friday and being awesome. Give yourselves a round of applause. Yes. So I have a bit of a confession to make. I'm really bad at science. And this comes from someone who has a 15-year career as an academic. So that's a hard truth for me to confess. And the reason why I say I'm bad at science is I was sitting with one of my first semester PhD students one day, first semester computer science students one day, and they absolutely destroyed 15 years of my research in about 5 minutes. And this is research that shows things like the market for inclusive design products and services is worth $11 trillion worldwide. This is research that shows the cost of not complying with universal design laws and policies is actually 3 times more than simply complying. This is also research that shows that leadership is one of the critical factors in achieving universal design, and yet only 5% of global leaders achieve that threshold for inclusive leadership. I think, I'm Anthony. I'm an academic turned entrepreneur. I'm wearing a blue suit, yellow tie. I've got black and white curly hair. I've got a Mediterranean skin tone, and I'm about 40 years old, 40 plus, about 40 years old. Yes. I mentioned this story about Randy in the beginning of this presentation because Randy gave me an opportunity not just to be a better researcher, but to be a more inclusive leader. And I think we all kind of agree, or at least most of us would agree, that inclusion is an absolutely critical part of moving society forward. And I think a lot of us would also agree that inclusive leaders are a key catalyst for making that happen. And then I think a lot of us would also feel a sense of satisfaction and purpose when we see individuals and organizations, companies thinking and acting more inclusively. And so I want for us to consider how inclusive design helps us minimize the risk of rolling out a product or service that's only available to the very select few and not available to everyone. I want us to reflect on how universal design can help us maintain engagement, not just from our customers, but from our employees, our first customers. And I want us to reflect also on how universal design can help maximize the opportunities for gaining access to that 11 trillion euro market for inclusive design products and services. Now, I know you may be thinking, Anthony, inclusive leadership sounds great, but it also sounds like a lot of work. And you're right. Inclusive leadership is a ton of effort. In fact, it's not just a tick box that you can check off and say, oh, I'm an inclusive leader, I'm done, I don't have to do anything else. It's a journey that you take and that you move forward every day of your life. And one of the ways that happens is in those small moments, those opportunities that we have every day to make choices that move you into more and more inclusive behaviors and more inclusive ways of thinking. So today, I'm going to tackle 2 of these 7 lovely wins of inclusive leadership. And we're going to use stories like the one that I mentioned earlier about Randy to kind of illustrate some of the points behind inclusive leadership. So there I am, sitting in my office chair, much like this, and Randy's sitting next to me, and we are dueling it out over this topic of universal design. Her bringing her unique perspective, me bringing my authority as a professor, my knowledge, and I see this work crumbling in front of my eyes, this 10 years worth of research just shattering as she pokes hole after hole after hole in my logic. And the only thing that snapped me out of my stupor was hearing the tram outside of my office honk at one of the pedestrians. So I snapped out of it, and I'm looking at Randy, and I'm thinking, Randy is a revolutionary. Randy is someone that's not satisfied with the status quo. Randy is someone that speaks truth to power. And in Norway, a lot of times the students will call the professors by the first name. So it kind of equalizes this relationship a little bit. And that kind of hit me even harder because she's sitting there telling me, Anthony, what you've done is wrong. What you've done is flawed. And I'm thinking, no, this is not possible. I'm a professor. I've been in university for decades. I know so much. I am an authority figure, and I'm heavily invested in that identity. And anything that feels like it encroaches on that identity feels like an attack on me and who I am. Now, I don't know if you've ever had this experience before, but if you've ever had a younger person call you out for something, it can be troubling. You can be shook from that. Has anybody had a younger person, raise your hand, if you had a younger person tell you a hard truth, tell you something that you really didn't want to hear, you really didn't want to know. Yeah, I think a lot of us can admit to that. Well, it wasn't so much that Randy was telling me something I didn't want to hear. That criticism, especially coming from a student, felt a little bit tenuous right off the bat. And it wasn't even so much, even if she was a peer, if she would just criticize me. But the fact that she was criticizing me and she was right, and I did not want to admit it. In fact, I didn't want to admit it because I wasn't sure why she was right. I knew superficially what she was saying made total sense, but I didn't get the depth to which she understood this topic, and I did not. And so I'm sitting there, and I'm sitting there thinking, this person, I don't know if I like this person very much. I think this person is here to condemn me. She's here to take me down. And that was the dynamic that we had in those moments. And it was frustrating for me because I, as this authority figure, suddenly felt so small. And not just small, but kind of pointless. Just as pointless as if you were the owner of a car company and you decided to buy Twitter. You know who we're talking about? Yeah, that pointless, that level of pointlessness. And in that interaction, I start realizing that I'm not looking at a first semester computer science student any longer. I'm looking at Captain Marvel. So if you've seen this movie, Captain Marvel, it's all about a woman who gets superpowers, and her mentor tries to control and constrain those superpowers. He tries to own them and subvert her. And eventually she breaks free of those shackles and she is able to stand in her own truth. So I was faced in that exact same dilemma that he was faced in that movie. I could choose to flex my authority and say, no, you don't know, you're a student, I'm a professor, I know more than you. Or I could try to set her free. I could try to empower her. Now, professors tend to do things a very specific way. And in my office, I have a wipe-off board, a whiteboard, and I have 3 markers in the tray of that wipe-off board. I have a black marker for writing text, I have a blue marker for drawing figures and graphs, and I have a red marker when I want to make corrections to something. Now, as much as Randy was right, she made a fatal mistake that day because she was drawing a figure on my wipe-off board using a red marker. And I know, I said the same thing. I was like, well, obviously you don't know what you're talking about now. Clearly you've just undermined your entire argument. It's the equivalent online of someone commenting in a post and then misspelling a word, and then the next commenter's like, oh, you misspelled your. Yes. So the lesson I learned from this interaction is that I have to shut up in order to let somebody else have space, in order to let somebody else have a voice. And so what I think about when I'm working in my teams in the different areas that I work in is gone. Yes, it's back. Yay! I have to shut up in order to give them space. And if I hadn't done that in this case, if I had just continued to rebut her, if I had continued to argue with her and put her in her place, not only would that have completely destroyed any chance that we would have of having a relationship, not only would that diminish her and her value and invalidate her, it wouldn't do anything for me except for stroke my own ego. It wouldn't do anything for me, but then make me feel a little bit superior for 5 minutes. So the moral of that story is that we have to shut up, or else the other person will shut down. So shut up so that the other person doesn't shut down. Now the second story here deals with cheese and universal design. And I know what you're thinking. How could cheese possibly relate to universal design? I don't know yet. We will find out. But cheese for me is something that I love and I have a passion for. It's something I love to cook with. It's something that I really feel existentially desireful for. And I had a very interesting experience the first time I tried to cook with Norwegian brown cheese, brunost, right? And it's because Norwegian brown cheese, it's a trickster, right? It claims to be cheese, but it has its own agenda. It has its own thing going on. And I haven't even completely understood what it is to be brown cheese, what it is to understand fully what brown cheese is. So I have a little bit of brown cheese here, and I'm going to ask my dear friend and colleague Amit to have a taste of this and to describe the flavors that he is experiencing when he tries this brown cheese.
Expecting to do this.
What's the first thing that's hitting you?
It's a bit bland.
A bit bland, okay. Maybe a little sweet.
Sweet, and it's sweetening after time.
Yeah, caramelly.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit salty too.
Yeah, this got mixed feelings.
Mixed feelings, yes. So, yes. So my earliest memory of trying cheese, not necessarily brown cheese, but cheese in general, was when I got to study abroad in Italy. And I think the first or second day I was there, I went to my local cheese shop, and this cheese counter was about 15 kilometers long. It was enormous, and that fragrance of cheese is just filling the air. And there's this old Italian guy behind the counter, and he's shouting at the patrons, and I'm slammed my face up against the counter because I just wanted to grab every piece of cheese in that case and gobble it all up. And so then he tells me, you need to leave the store. So when I first moved to Norway, I thought, ooh, this is a chance for me to try a whole new culture's culinary heritage. It's a chance for me to try something new and explore all these flavors. And I was so excited because I watched this television program in the US called New Scandinavian Cooking, who starred a Norwegian chef by the name of Andreas Viestad. And he would go all around Norway, and he would be there cooking in the middle of the wilderness. And whether it was snowing or raining or beautiful sunny day, he's sitting there cooking, pulling out all these local ingredients, making these beautiful dishes. And so I was like, I am going to thrive in Norway. This food is going to be a whole new journey for me as an amateur cook and as somebody who really, really enjoys to eat. So I moved to Oslo, and I'm super excited about the chance to get to explore this culinary heritage in a new country. And my brother-in-law tells me, hey, I want to come visit. I want to come visit the first week you get there. I want to help you explore these tastes and these traditions. And he's a chef. So I was like, yes, this is a chance for me to show off my new home. It's a chance for me to show off my cooking ability. So he comes over, and I say, hold tight here. I'm going to run to the grocery store real quick. I pop into my local Kiwi. Right? Kiwi is a small grocery store chain here in Norway, and in Oslo, they're exceptionally small. And I approach the cheese counter, which was about a meter across. And I'm looking down at the cheese, and I'm seeing three options. I'm seeing Hvitost, white cheese. I'm seeing gulost, yellow cheese, and brunost, brown cheese. And I say, okay, well, Hvitost I know. Hvitost, it's all about the, Hvitost. It's just kind of generic, plain white cheese. Gulost I know. Yep, yellow cheese, got it, had it, know how that tastes. But brunost, ooh, this is exotic. This is local. This is something unique to Norway. This is a chance to show off that flavor of Norway. So I buy up a whole bunch of brunost. I take it home. My brother-in-law is sitting at the table over there. I'm in front of the kitchen hob, the stove. I pull out my frying pan like an expert, pop it on top of the hob. It's heating up. I get some butter, and I got the brunost sitting right there on the counter. Slices of it, just ready. Get some butter, pop the butter in the pan, sizzles, crackles, pops. I get a couple of eggs out of the refrigerator, put them in a bowl, scramble them up. The brunost is just sitting there, looking all caramelly and delicious. And I scramble up those eggs, I pop them in the pan, they bubble and curdle, and the whole edges of the eggs start to crisp up, and then I take that brunost slice after slice, boom, into those eggs, boom, into those eggs. One last slice, oh, yes, flip that omelet, flip it over on its side, and I bring it out with the pride of like Lion King pride, right? Like holding up Simba to see all the domains, and I'm holding up that pan with that omelet in it, and I march over to my brother-in-law, and I say, you're about to taste something that you've never tasted before. It's gonna blow your mind. It's gonna open up new ways of thinking about food. And I slide it off onto his plate, and he picks up his fork, takes that first bite, and all that joy and excitement turns to this sheer and utter horror show of an expression. And I say, what's wrong? What happened? And he said, well, this isn't exactly the flavor profile that I was expecting. I say, okay, let me try it. So I try it, and I'm, oh my goodness, that was a mistake. That was a massive mistake. So we quickly Google, and we say, okay, brunost is supposed to be used on batch of waffles. We throw the brunost on top. Ooh, divine, delicious. That's right, the way Brunost is meant to be used. And it was in that moment that it kind of clicked for me that Brunost is exactly like universal design. Because in universal design, we say that it's one size fits one, not one size fits all. Brunost is a one size fits one kind of cheese. It doesn't go everywhere. It goes on waffles, maybe on a cracker, yeah. But that's pretty much, it's limited to those applications. It's one size fits one. Vitost is one size fits all. You can throw it on just about anything. It's not going to necessarily make it amazing, but it's going to be fine, right? So when we approach universal design, I want us to think about one size fits one. We should be making companies, we should be making products and services that are one size fits one, not like Vitost, one size fits all. Make the Brunost of the world. Now, Brunost is also like universal design in one other respect. Now, I'm an immigrant. I came here from the United States. And like a lot of immigrants, home has a flavor profile. Home, for me, those memories of eating as a child with my grandparents, that's what's locked into my brain. So I often crave those flavors living here in Norway, but I never always have access to the exact same kind of food. And I think for a lot of Norwegians, that's what Brunost is for them. When they go abroad, when they travel, they feel that connection to home by having something that reminds them of home, by having Brunost. So Brunost is, in my opinion, necessary for a lot of Norwegians to feel connected to their home. But it's good, in fact, it's awesome for everyone. So necessary for some and awesome for everyone. And that's the way universal design should be as well. Universal design, when we universally design a product or service, it's necessary to design it in a way that, for example, a person with a disability can use it. But it ends up being awesome. It ends up working really, really well for everyone. So Brunost is like universal design in two different ways. Number one, it is necessary for some and good for everyone. It's one size fits one, not one size fits all. I want us to continue to remember this. So those are the two lovely wins of inclusive leadership, 2 of the 7 lovely wins of inclusive leadership. Number one, we have to shut up or they will shut down. To shut up so that they don't shut down. Number 2 is design like Brunost. One size fits one, not one size fits all, necessary for some and awesome for everyone. I want to wrap up with that story of Randy because it had a really beautiful ending. Randy and I continued to work for years and years and years afterwards. We collaborated on a research project that was exactly designed after her ideas of what universal design should be. So we collected that data. We submitted our paper to Cambridge University for a conference there, and we were elated when it was accepted to that conference. So we went there, and we found out that there was going to be a prize for the top paper at that conference. And we assumed that it was going to go to one of those people who had been working in this field for decades and decades and decades, who was prominent, who we knew the name of because they're so famous in our field. And I get on the plane to go back to Oslo. I had to leave the conference a bit early. And I get a phone call from Randy. And I pick up the phone. And I say, "Hey, Randy, what's up? Everything okay?" She says, "Anthony, we won top paper. We won the best paper from Cambridge University at this conference." And my mind blew. And I said, wow, this is an opportunity for us to create a new field of research. This is an opportunity for us to create a new way of thinking about universal design. And we get back a few days later, I get a letter in the mail from the conference organizer thanking us and telling us how important our work was for this field. And then we get called a couple of days later from a journalist who says, "We want to cover your story of the collaboration with you and Randy in the paper and the award that you won." And it feels so exciting and so good for me to be able to tell you the story, because that lesson, the lesson I learned in that moment when I first met Randy, that shut up or they will shut down, has been able to empower me not just empower her, but empower me as a leader. And that was the start of my journey as a more inclusive leader. I want to end by teaching you a little trick to help you become more inclusive leaders. So I want us to make an agreement, a promise to each other, that when we finish today, we will go back and we will work with our teams, but we will teach them the sign language gesture for shut up. Okay? The sign language gesture for shut up is very simple. Open hand in front of your face. Everybody do it with me. Open hand in front of your face. And then you're going to close your palm and put your hand towards your mouth, just like this. Yeah? Let's do it all together again. Boom. Yes, exactly like that. So promise me you will teach your teams and your boss this gesture so that the next time you're in a meeting and you're like me, blabbing on and on and on and on, and I look around and I see all my team looking at me like this, I know it's time to shut up and create space for someone else, to decenter myself and recenter on someone else. I'm going to leave you now with a question. What can you do in the future to take yourself out of the limelight and put that limelight, that spotlight on someone else? And one way we can do that is how? Together now. I'll take that as my cue.
Thank you for that, Anthony. So I think my biggest takeaway from that speech that you had is that brown cheese is my new favorite nickname now, so I'm going to go by that. But on a more serious note, I think there was some brilliant insight into one size fits one and not one size fits all. And I think that's something that we should keep in mind all throughout today with all of our speakers, all of our designers that we'll be listening to. So next up, without further ado, we have Amit from Experience House UK, who will be redefining education to ensure a more equitable future for young adults. Over to you, Amit.
Very much. I assume it's this one for the collector? Yes, okay, perfect. Thank you so much, first of all, for inviting me to speak today. Hopefully this is a very informative talk and I don't get that signal to shut up along the way, which I've just learned. But yeah, what I'm going to be talking about today is all about redefining education. It's something that I'm very, very passionate about. It's not something I started my career with or within, but over the last 6 or 7 years have become very, very involved in helping people move and shift their careers in what I call the creative economy. We have been very largely in a knowledge economy where it's all about gaining knowledge and using them in, say, manufacturing or within healthcare or within various different industries. But now as we shift more towards design and the building of products and services, as Anthony has just spoken about, how do we help people move and navigate within this creative world? So my name is Amit Patel. I'm the creative director of a company called Experience House. We're 6 years old. I'll talk a little bit more about what we do in a bit. I'm, just to describe myself, I'm a very proud Canadian. I was born in Toronto. There we go. I'm now based in London. I moved to London about 20 years ago. My intention was to move there for 2 years and then go back. And I just end up getting stuck in London. It's a fantastic city. I go back to Toronto quite a lot. Just to describe myself, wearing a blue checkered shirt. I always try and match my trainers and my sneakers with my shirts as well. I have a larger beard than Anthony, and I'm 43. I'll give my exact age, but I feel like I'm 25, so it's fine. I'm very well rested today. I have about 2 decades of experience working within design and tech. I've worked in banking, I've worked in healthcare, I've worked in all different types of roles. If anyone has been to London, has been on our new Elizabeth line, the new transport system we have there. I worked on that for 5 years, which was a fascinating project. I worked on design of so many different digital tools that were needed to build what was at that time London's largest public infrastructure project as well. So what I'm going to talk about today is around what we call design education. Now, contemporary design education goes back several hundred years. It's not something that's new. We may think of design and tech as, newer things in the last 10, 15 years, but design education actually goes back quite a number of years. The Royal College of Art in London opened in 1837. It still now is still around. It's a very, very popular university. The Glasgow School of Art opened in 1845. In the US, Rhode Island School of Design opened in 1877. So you can see that, 150, or close to 200 years of existence for these schools of design. And here in Oslo, the National Academy of Craft and Art, which opened in 1818, now still survives within the design faculty at the Oslo National College of Art. And I haven't seen this building yet, but I found this beautiful drawing online, so I wanted to include it as well. So this isn't something that's new, okay? And much of the curriculum and much of the foundation within these design education academies still exist and still survive within design education today. And when we now tie it back, and I think there's some very, great talking points there that Anthony, definitely stuff I'm going to take away as well. The concept of inclusive design specifically within education is all about creating learning experiences, environments that are accessible. And I think this is something over the last couple of years I've become much more passionate about. How can we encourage and support anyone who wants to come in and take part in a design career? I'm not saying that you have to be pushed towards a design career, but you should be exposed to it. You should be acknowledging that this is going to be an important part of life moving forward. And we want to welcome and empower and enable any kind of learner from anywhere. We have a global audience, again, which I'll talk about as well. And regardless of their background, their technical ability, their identities, everyone should be exposed to this, right? And it's a question I get asked a lot. Can I do this? Can I do design? I don't have any technical skills. It doesn't matter. This is stuff that you will be learning and you will be taught. And the mindset that's important to develop as well is critical to success as well. Now, in today's world, designers are being trusted to build all types of complex and impactful design challenges. The one that I like to talk about over the last couple of years was the massive rollout of COVID vaccinations, right? It was just a massive, massive uptake around the world, and it required in each individual country designers, service designers, product designers, all different types of layers to actually successfully roll this out. Okay, and we need people to have these skills to actually help us do all of this as well. However, in many cases, the current systems within design education do not always prepare incoming students to take on these challenges. And at Experience House, we don't only focus on people that are what we call newbies or career pivoters. We also focus on those that are experienced refreshers, or people that are coming into upskill and maybe have been in design careers before within the creative industry for, say, 10 or 15 years. And what we examine, when we look at the system in further detail, when we look at some of these newer designers or some of the people that are coming, pivoting their career, we often don't see that some of the most valuable elements of that mindset, that perspective, and process aren't being taught. It's very, very much on the technical skills, the technical methods, but actually the perspectives and the mindset that somebody needs to have to become a successful designer is actually critical to all of this as well. So, for example, over the last 4 or 5 years, and I've seen a massive shift in the types of students, especially during once the pandemic started. We're starting to see medical doctors shifting into design careers. We're starting to see lawyers and dentists, people that you would think would never want to shift away from what they do. They've studied so hard, they've studied long, great academic backgrounds, but now they're realizing actually there's a career in health tech. There's a career in ed tech. There's a career in me creating better products for lawyers or within the dentistry system as well. And for a lot of them, learning how to relearn, to pick up that mindset is absolutely critical as well. So what ends up happening is these students go through these systems, they go through education, they don't actually learn as much as they should be in terms of the real world, and then they end up working within the industry, and that's where they actually do their learning. The industry kind of side of things, when they're actually exposed in their jobs and exposed into different projects, is where they actually learn, and then they realize, oh, I wish I had learned this in school. I wish I had learned this in university. I wish I had learned this wherever I did my, my academic studying around this or my theory. Unfortunately, and a lot of those opportunities are then closed off. The external opportunities in terms of work experience, in terms of industry projects, in terms of experience days are closed off. I mean, I've worked within several agencies in London who talk about diversity and inclusivity, but then when I find out who that intern hire was, it's, oh, well, their father is this and this and this. Or their mother is a client of ours, and so we've given that person an internship. And you realize, well, actually, that's not how it should be working. That's not how this all should be kind of in place as well. So it does take effort, and I think Anthony spoke about this. It does take considerable effort. The work is not easy to open all of this up. And some stuff that we have done is we have partnered with a lot of partners within the industry. For example, the London Police, to open up opportunities for young people. One example I'll use is we took on this challenge of how do we address the fractured relationship between police and the young people within London. And we got 50 young people to come in and design solutions. We had the police present in the day. We told them not to wear the uniforms so that we could actually, create a very unbiased environment as much as possible. We used our design alumni to help these students design solutions. And we built this ecosystem on that day where everyone is getting exposed to design, everyone's getting exposed to real life challenges, and even those young people are being exposed to potential career opportunities as well. And then we open up industry placements, internships, work experience opportunities for those exact people that should have that opportunity. Normally they're closed off as well. There's so much work to do in this space. And even though I launched Experience House with a view on people like ourselves who are probably within the creative industry or are kind of, practitioners in what we do, and we're looking to upskill and refresh, there's this foundation of the 16 to 19-year-olds that need this stuff now and are going to be designing the solutions in the future that we may need as well. So the challenge is that a lot of design programs that are out there maintain this very insular perspective. They're very singular focused. They're just focused on what internally works as well. And they're not really focused on that mechanism of transferring of knowledge and how it should be really kind of portrayed to really work well within the industry once these students move on forward as well. So let's look at some of these challenges. There's a lack of diversity in some of the curriculum and teaching materials. A lot of the examples that we use revolve around well-known organizations. We talk about the Amazons, the Ubers, the Teslas. We talk about those all the time, but there is a lot of success stories from people that are around the world building fantastic startups and fantastic initiatives. We should be using those as more examples to inspire anyone to be able to say, you can also do this as well. Part of my own personal work, working with startups and venture builders from within the World Food Program or the UN, where some of these fantastic initiatives are from countries around the world, we should be talking about those examples a lot more as well. There's definitely an inadequate support for diverse learners. Anthony talked about this as well. It is something that, people will be coming in with disabilities, different learning styles. We have a global audience, which I'll touch on very quickly a bit later on as well. How do you adapt our teaching way of our way of working, our ways of teaching to anybody around the world who wants to join online, for example, as well? One big issue, and this was a big fundamental thing that I want to address through the Building Experience House, the class sizes are just too big. If you are trying to mentor people, if you're trying to critique and give feedback for people to move into a design career, how can you be teaching a class of 100 people and giving them that direct feedback to help them understand how their work is doing, how well they're doing, and how to give them that great feedback to allow them to push forward as well? We cap our class sizes to between 8 and 12 to allow that direct feedback to happen at all times. And there are still a lot of systemic barriers that are stopping people getting access to so many opportunities that they should normally have access to. Again, this has almost become a passionate area for me to work on over the last couple of years, as I've started to realize that there are so many people that should be exposed to these kind of careers, should know about these careers, but often aren't told about them. Even in some of the private schools, private colleges that we work with in London, everyone's forced towards doctors, lawyers, medical roles. I'm not saying anything's wrong. We need them, but there's a whole lot of other careers that people should have access to, and they should be given the opportunity to explore them as well. And that's what we try and do through our workshops, our experience days as well. So we need to make sure that we open up opportunities to internships, work experience, networking. I know a lot of this is still kind of, it's commonly talked about. I just don't think we're doing anywhere close to what needs to be done, and especially in a city like London. So going back, the skills for developing these creative solutions around complex problems is becoming more and more and more essential. We are going to meet more people that are design thinkers. We are going to meet more people that are creative thinkers. We are going to meet people who are creative problem solvers to help us navigate the tricky world that we move forward as well. And organizations around the world are starting to recognize that designers are bringing something special to the table. Right? They are starting to recognize, because obviously there is a commercial success. If you can start to use design thinking, if you can start to use design education to have those right people in your organization, there is going to be a commercial return. There's no doubt about that as well. So organizations are recognizing it, but it does also require diverse thinking. It does also require lots of different people to be in that room when you're talking about the key decisions that are going to be facing your organization moving forward. It can't be closed off to some of the, to a particular set of people. It needs to be opened up to a lot more to make this really work. So, I can't say that I really kind of started my career thinking I was going to build an education school. It wasn't the case. About 7-8 years ago, when I left working on the Elizabeth Line project in London, I was asked to come and do some guest lectures around product design and product development at a tech school, which is now one of our biggest competitors, or our biggest competitor. And I actually fell in love with it. I realized I actually really wanted to give back, and I really wanted to kind of, motivate people and inspire people to kind of look at these careers opportunities as well, or just to kind of be refreshed in what they do. And, I started to realize that actually, this is something that is, really worthwhile pursuing. And even now, when I bring instructors in to work at Experience House, we now have 28 different instructors. We're not looking at their technical skills. We're not looking at, what they're bringing to the table in terms of their methods and approaches. We're looking at their ability to inspire. We're looking at their ability to motivate. We're looking at their ability to nurture somebody through the design process, which can be very messy. But if you can approach it from that angle, you're ultimately turning around saying, well, that young designer or that new designer's there, I'm going to help them understand that they can actually do this. I'm actually going to act more like a coach rather than trying to force them to understand the methods and tools, which they can learn on the job. But you want to unlock that inspiration. You want to unlock that motivation. You want to help them reach those career goals as well. We also believe design needs to be at that boardroom level. It needs to be represented at C-suite level. This is a whole nother conversation. But if you can get, design being represented at that level and organizations realizing the power of design, they're going to invest more in having diverse thinkers and including anybody to be part of that team as well. So our mission is really to enable anyone to pursue a career or to enhance their career in their creative economy. And we do this by promoting very inclusive learning and by hopefully building a much more equitable future for our project. I'm very proud of how inclusive and how diverse our audience is. It's not something we've set out on purpose to do. We don't talk about it enough. And I actually don't want to talk about it enough. I think the proof is there in seeing who actually comes to take part in what we are doing and what we are enabling as well. Okay. And just to kind of go back to some of those critical points of what needs to be addressed and how we're hopefully addressing this as well. We still have a lot of work to do as well. A lot of design schools, a lot of design education doesn't talk around the context, around the environment. There are political challenges, ecological challenges, social challenges, economic challenges, especially in the world right now where things have just kind of gotten crazy out of control. I mean, some of the prices that you guys pay for things over in London, it's much more expensive here, for example. And, it's something that's noticeable, but even in London, it's getting more and more expensive. But context is absolutely key. We, at every single project all of our students work on, it's all about real life scenarios. We want them to be as prepared as possible so that when they go into industry roles, they are ready for it. No hypothetical learning. Very little. I would say 98% of our projects that our students work on are real life scenarios. Real life founders coming from very, very different backgrounds as well. And of course, we need to, as an industry, adopt more inclusive approaches. We need to include more participatory and learner-centered application, more collaborative learning. Everything we do is workshop-oriented. It's not just about staying there and taking in a whole bunch of theory and then going off and putting it into practice on your own. We have built an entire curriculum around learn by doing, workplace, workshop-based learning for everyone. Very collaborative, very rich. It allows everyone to feel part of the team and they feel motivated that they can actually do this. And I think one of our biggest takeaways from the inclusive angle is that we want to enable anyone to feel that they can do design, that they can fall into one of these roles as well. And the word design, there are many different avenues that you can go into that. We just want to showcase to anyone that they can actually do this as well. Also, again, as I mentioned, small class sizes. We cap between 8 to 12 students. I'm not interested in 20 to 25 people in classes. We have the demand for it, but I feel if you really want to enable someone to feel that they can do this, then we need to make sure that we build in the right critique, the right feedback loops, and not feel like there's going to be somebody hidden at the back of the room who didn't get that opportunity to ask the right questions along the way as well. We want to make sure that the environment that we build is physically accessible, it's socially accessible, it's emotionally accessible. Some of our programs are quite immersive. If you're going through a full-time boot camp, which is becoming quite an I'm sure that you have them here. We have developed a 3-month full-time design boot camp in user experience design. It's almost the equivalent of going to university. Going through that kind of boot camp will get people into junior design roles, which is a fantastic outcome. But it is quite immersive, it is quite challenging, and as part of that, we are realizing that we have to make sure that we are on hand, again, to coach, to motivate, to unpack some of those challenges that people may have when they go through these learning programs as well. Okay, you don't want to leave anyone behind. You want to make sure that they are realizing that they will be coached through all of this as well. One of the biggest things around having the small class size, and where I'm very against the 20 to 25 or even 100 that I've seen in some design schools, is that we don't want to be a factory. We don't want to be just a place that's known for creating hundreds and hundreds of designers every single year. This is a very critical skill set, as I've mentioned earlier. It is going to require that we understand each individual learner, because each individual learner brings very transferable skills, has different short-term goals, different long-term motivations, and for us to understand how to unpack and rework that for every single person that's taking part in our course, we have to have that opportunity to speak to them one-to-one as well. If it's 100 people in a room, there's no way you're going to get to know that, and then the end up result is that you end up becoming like a factory, which we don't want to be as well. So we need to make sure that as part of that, understanding each individual learner, give them the right resources, give them the right tools, give them the right technologies. This is going to take time. There is so much more work for us to do. And even just kind of listening to Anthony's talk, me thinking about our online recordings, our pre-recorded space. Right now we do everything live online, but as we enter this world of potentially looking at pre-recorded training with live mentorship, there is so much more work to do, especially around the technology side, to make sure that people have, we understand those different learning styles as well. And the example that I want to talk about there in terms of adopting creative mindsets, we had just had a junior medical doctor who had studied for 5 or 6 years, had been practicing for 3 or 4 years, who's now very interested in health tech and is moving her career into that space through our full-time program. She said to me that the first month of this full-time program was her learning how to relearn. Okay, because she's come from such a strict academic background to get her into the place where she is now. Now she's moving into a creative world where it's all about diverse thinking. It's all about kind of asking lots of questions and rapid prototyping. She's like, I'm not used to this. I almost had to spend the first month just figuring out how to relearn everything, how I learn, and then move forward as well. And then it started to click with her as well. Now imagine how many people, how many different learning styles and different learning approaches, especially when you think about this global audience, that we're going to have to cater for as well. Yes, we're 6 years old as an organization, but we have many years still to go to get this right as well. So like I said, we have global audiences. And as I said, people are learning how to learn all over again. We get so many different backgrounds of people who we want to enable and coach and motivate into design careers, but it's going to take time to really understand how to work with them individually as well. And hopefully then we'll start to see some trends, we'll start to see some techniques that we can settle on, but we're still very early in that journey as well. I would say that this is probably the biggest thing I think that design schools should be doing. And I've seen, for us, seeing a lot more success in this space, rather than just focusing purely on an individual approach as a design school, start to think about ecosystems. Start to think about, and that's part of building good design principles, using good design principles. Make sure that every single stakeholder is represented as much as possible. So for us, we're not just building a design curriculum and staying insular. We're not trying to, stay so focused on what we do, okay? But we need to be thinking about all different designs, disciplines, getting people to come in here as guest speakers, talking about, and already starting to think, we should be including more talks like things like today in our curriculum as well. Obviously, we have practitioners, we have academics, we have students. Practitioners, we are trying to pick, obviously we want the very best practitioners and instructors, but we're also trying to make sure that that group is very diverse and very inclusive as well. Make sure that we are picking from all different types of industries. We want to, partner with different design schools and different departments within design schools. We're already doing a great job partnering with universities, for example, as well. We need to be building relationships with design firms, industry partners, the public sector. These are also great hiring partners. It's also starting to see the trends of what design skills and design roles are coming up as well. And we also, very importantly, want to partner with venture builders, people who are building fantastic products and services around the world that our students could potentially lend a helping hand to, and it motivates them. I'll talk about the power of the project in just a second as well. Design ultimately is a discipline of making and doing things, right? We are builders, we are creative problem solvers, we are creative thinkers as well. And as part of that, the design project is very, very important. It's not just something to apply your learning to, and we here at Experience House, in London, apply our large portion of our curriculum to what we call the design project. Like I mentioned, we have probably partnered with 500 or 600 individual startups and ventures over the last 5 or 6 years that provide real life challenges for our students. And of course, as part of that, by working on projects, mentoring and guiding and getting feedback from the industry is very important for success for these students as well. But what I've noticed is the project is not just about the application of the learning. It's about motivating students. It's about them seeing, that person started a startup, they've got a design challenge, I'm learning design, and now I can apply my design to that challenge and hopefully see it get built. It motivates them like you would not believe as well. And that, for me, is why I want to get the very best projects. I want to partner with the best venture builders. I want to partner with the best incubators and accelerators as part of that ecosystem to bring these projects in for our students to work on, because the motivational level is unbelievable as well, okay? And it builds what we want. The two most important things is we want credibility for that student, and we want to enhance their confidence. We want anybody who comes through these programs, and it should be open to anyone, to walk away feeling, I can do this, or I can do a part of design, and I've unlocked a potential career path for me as well. That is a really big part of our mission as well. So just in closing, our ambition, like many other design academies and design schools, our ambition is to go global, okay? And rather than trying to define a single model of how this is going to work through designing our curriculum or the instructional team that's going to be built, or how we're going to award certificates and the relationships between the industry and our academic team as well, rather than trying to be so focused on one approach, I think one of the biggest learnings that we've taken over the last couple of years is that we need to start looking at a model that's much more evolutionary, much more diverse in the way that we approach it, much more experimental. Don't be afraid of trying things even within our curriculum and see what sticks, especially for different types of learners, and be iterative. We need to get back into those feedback loops. We need to get more feedback from our students. We need to get feedback from the industry, from our practitioners, and make sure that we're constantly building on what will work very well as well. That was my last slide. I don't know where it went. There we go. Thank you so much for listening. I hope that's been useful. And thank you for having me.
Thanks for that, Amit. I think maybe the big thing we can kind of take away from that is that, for me anyway, was learning that we need to all relearn, essentially. And that design is not just meant for designers. So bring all of this back to your ecosystems, your networks, the groups that you're involved in, work that you're working with, and just have fun with it, I guess. So thank you so much for that, Amit. Before I carry on with our next speaker, just a very quick housekeeping rule. Bathrooms are over on the left. You can get to them through the glass doors. Remember to lock them because I walked in on someone yesterday and that was not very fun for me. So please do lock them. Next one, we have transcribing. So those are the QR codes. Again, feel free to scan them at any point in time during the day. And lastly, social media. Forgot about this in the morning. Please feel free to hashtag and talk about our program today. It's hashtag UDDay23. We are on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, all of the big things. So thank you so much for that. Next, we'll bring it back here to Norway with Thea Urdal, who shares with us more about the difference between world building versus brand building. So over to you, Thea.
Thank you. I feel like the two former presentations really opened it nicely for me. So thank you for that. My name is Thea Urdal, and just to describe how I'm looking today, I am a fair-skinned woman, and I have light hair, and I'm wearing blue flare jeans, just for fun, and some quick sneakers, and I'm wearing a pink shirt that was originally my grandfather's, actually, and it's quite worn and torn on the collar piece, but I think it just makes it nicer. I have a little cheat sheet today because it's planning day in kindergarten, and my daughter drew me a little cartoon on the boat over on the ferry, and it's a drawing of a spider and a rabbit. So that's gonna be my notes for today. I have a small cheat sheet as well, but so I'm gonna presenting actually more of a case study, I guess. It's gonna be taken down to a proper design project, and it's called Tubu Systems. And on this slide, you will see it's 4 interlinked circles. There's one in pink, 2 in blue, and 1 in green. And it's the Tubu logo, and it represents what I call all seasons of life, because I'm a designer and I work predominantly within textiles at the moment in knitwear. So I've created a project that was funded by DOGA in 2021 for inclusive design. And I've worked on it for close to 5 years now, and it also kind of wheels back to when I had my daughter in 2018. I don't know how to use this, but I'm gonna try. Yes. Okay, so I thought I could tell you a little bit about myself. I'm both a designer and a journalist. I've worked extensively as a journalist here in Norway, but also abroad. I used to work for Monocle in London full-time. I have a BA in product design and textile from Oslo Met, where I think you work, Anthony. And I have an MA in graphic design and illustration from KIO, which is the school that Amit showed in his presentation. It was a lovely stay. And I've also done design and management training at Parsons in New York. I really geek out about science fiction and creative writing, and it's something that really informs my design process. And I really love to speculate about the future. And on a personal level, I could say that I am based at Nesodden, which is a green and quite rocky peninsula, which is it's in the Oslofjord, and you have to take a ferry into town. And I live there in an oak forest with my daughter, she's 4 years old, and my partner, and we have a duck, and we have chickens, and there are lots of squirrels, and it's a very more than human design approach, and I really love that. And there's an image here from my quite cluttered studio, and it shows different knitwear samples, and also lots of yarn cones in lilac and pink and blue. On the left is also a small image of me actually taking a very rare selfie. And this is me visiting my knitwear factory in Milan. I might look fine in the image, I'm smiling, but I was extremely nervous before this meeting that I actually almost threw up. It worked out fine, yeah. I'm going to sort of talk a little bit about my approach to design and designing Tubu. And I briefly mentioned that I'm a really large science fiction and speculative fiction buff. I am not a business person, I am a designer. So when I approached design and approached this project, I leaned more heavily on the likes of Margaret Atwood and Ursula Le Guin than Wally Ollins, because it's just not my world. And I really tried to fit into the startup world and the funding schemes and the incubators and all that, but it's just really not me. So I also realized that the visions that I had for my project were just spectacular utopian. I wanted to really use my design education in both graphic design and textiles, but I wanted to do something that hadn't really been done before. I wanted to focus on pre-order, on-demand production. I wanted to do knitwear on demand with digital knitting machines, and I wanted to focus on inclusive sizing. So I just wanted to describe in this slide, there are several stickers from the Tubu line, and they're in pink and blue, and the one it says, keeping it soft since 2022, because knitwear is soft, and also pre-order and on-demand. On this slide, there's some blue text spelling out, clothing is intimate technology, almost biology. And it's a quote by my good friend, Camilla Bruberg. She has worked as my knitwear technician, and she's also doing a PhD in knitwear, which is very incredible. And it's a quote that really resonates strongly with me, because I think I've always wanted to do something and build something within textile. But as we all know, the textile industry and the fashion industry is horrific, plain and simple. So if I were to actually build something, it needed to have some actual meaning. I think a lot of designers we face this conundrum. You know, as the mate said, we want to create something, we want to build something, but is there actually space for anything in this world of bona fide ecological meltdown? And so when I had my daughter, 2 weeks before she was due, I was diagnosed with preeclampsia, which is a potentially very serious life-threatening condition. And here in Norway, where we are so privileged with our welfare state, very few people die, which is incredible. But globally, it's one of the conditions that kill the most individuals in labor. And after this, I was obviously extremely shaken up, but my body had obviously gone through extreme changes, and my kind of once trusted companions in textiles, they no longer fit me. And they also didn't shape with my sort of changing organism, so to speak. So I really wanted to see if I could use some of the knitwear training that I gotten during my studies, and see like if is there a way of creating something new in knitwear that would ideally be for more than the people that are already included in the standardized system of clothing. And for me, that became Tubu. So Tubu is short for tubular knitwear, and that was where I started, thinking and dreaming about 3D knitwear and knitting something that is quite literally, not one for all, but one for one. You design per individual. So on this slide, there's an image of my close friend, Veronica, and I used her as the model for the first campaign for Tubu. And she is wearing a lilac prototype that she's pulling over her head, and she's a dancer. She moves really gracefully. What you can't see about Veronica is that she has a chronic condition. She has Lyme disease that she will battle her entire life, and that also restrains her physically in many ways, which again proves that we're so much more than our physical appearance. So the project is co-designed with my friend Hannah Termulen. She has an MA in menswear from RCA in London. And she has worked extensively. She's worked for Calvin Klein, Joseph. She has all of the kind of production experience that I don't have. Tubu is it's nonprofit, it's independently owned, and it's a modular apparel system for all seasons of life. So it's digitally ribbed knitwear, and if you're familiar with the ribbed knitwear, it's usually the part of the sweater that you have close to it's on your cuff. It's the part where you have the most elastic, which means that it will flex and it will expand and subtract again. It can shape with you. So the idea is that the clothes will then adapt to your changing body as it goes through key biopsychological changes. And, that could be things like childbirth, but also, menstruating. Maybe you have a sex change operation. Maybe you go through things just on a day-to-day basis that will require you to have apparel that will care for you, more or less. And I really wanted to focus on relationships, and I wanted to have localized production. So I wanted to have, ideally, a manufacturing partner that was as close to me as possible. And we found a key partner in Italy. It's outside of Bologna, and it's a small knitwear family company, only roughly 50 people working there, and their expertise is really stellar. And I think it's important to have this localized approach, because I think the relationships in design are so crucial. So I actually visited there in 2021, and I have some images that I will show you later. Our core product is something called the Belly Tech. And it's a weird product. But this was the one thing that I dreamt about when I felt like my clothes didn't care for me. And it's a core warmer. It's basically a knitted tube, a knitted rib tube. And on this slide, there are several images of Veronica dancing and moving her body and seeing how this tube will flex with her. Yeah. I'm actually not wearing mine today, which I'm kind of regretting, because it was colder here than I thought in some ways. But I think actually standing by this idea of creating a core product that needs some explanation has been really empowering in many ways. Right, on this slide, there is an image of me as a child. I was very scrawny when I grew up. I was very, very small for my age. And I couldn't wear anything from the girls' department, which was sort of I don't know, I think it was the first quite early meeting with these really standardized brackets, that I was small, so I didn't fit into anything that kind of girls could wear. So I needed to wear boys' clothing. I didn't mind wearing boys' clothing, but I also didn't understand why it was boys' clothing. And so here you see me, I'm about 8. I'm wearing an oversized flannel shirt. I'm wearing sneakers, I have a big grin on, and I'm hanging on to the nose of a troll, as we always do here in Norway. And there's some blue text spelling out, "We create shapes, not sizes." And that became one of the key mantras for Tubu. So here on this slide, you will find 4 images of the shapes that we offer today. So there's an image of a caterpillar, of a couple of fly agaric mushrooms, of a lotus flower, and a birch tree. And these entities from nature have become the names for the shapes that we currently offer in our system. And we use the Latin names. That's basically just for poetry and beauty, but we need poetry and beauty too. So the names are Papilio, Amanita, Nelumbo, and Betula. And there are 4 shapes, but within those shapes, we cover more than 20 traditional sizes, which I think is not enough, and it's not an extensive system, so it will definitely be expanded. I think it's really important to have some type of optical representation when you talk about inclusive sizing. And for me, it's been also to think about the technical side of things. So when I started to dabble in production and seeing how we could actually bring Tubu to life, I also knew, due to also economical restraints and my environmental concerns, that I could not produce all the things that I wanted to produce into the testing phase. And from in the apparel industry, I think two-thirds of all the waste is in pre-production, and this is where avatar production and avatar creation comes in. And here you can test the actual prototypes on models that you have created on your own. So this is done with the Norwegian digital prototyping agency called the Hapticians. And it's done on Eva, which is our avatar. So on this slide, you will see 3 images of Eva, and she is a fit size 16, which is the European size 44-46, which is one of the most common sizes in the world, and that she is deemed plus size by the industry, which is also a bit wrong, I would say. And she is wearing prototypes in gray, lilac, and also in oat milk. So the system by now is consisting of base layers, more or less, things that you would use in the Scandinavian winter. It's not kind of spectacular design. It's the things that you would wear and keep, mend and repair. And it also ties in with the editorial platform that we've created, because I'm also a journalist. That's tubu.no, or Tubu Systems. And it's a platform where we hope to share research and articles, interviews, all based around this idea of caretaking, mending, and this feeling that we all fit in, and that there is something wrong with the system, there's nothing wrong with you. Yeah, these are some images from the factory in Italy. And I just have to tell you a little bit about the visit here, because it was so special. So these are 4 images, and they all show sort of behind the scenes visuals from this factory in Bologna. And they show these extremely high-tech knitting machines, Shimasaki machines, and also smaller machines in pink, as well as yarn cones. And you see different types of technicians putting together knitwear. They had such an incredible way of thinking holistically about design. And it was so inspirational to see how they have managed, obviously through state subsidies, to keep this industry alive, to keep their traditions alive. And how they do knitwear is basically to have this extremely high-tech approach. They also work with avatars and kind of pairing it with doing things by hand. So every knitted piece is finished by hand with a needle and a thread, and that's how it's done. And it's just so beautiful. And I really hope and believe that this is the way forward. I think you have to have an ecosystem idea for things. That's also the name of the project itself, is Tubu Systems, and I use systems plural because I believe that we need a multitude of systems in order to work. We can't just have one. And end note to this is that how to tie this kind of loop together. I would love to have production in Norway. Love, 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 love to have production in Norway. And I think it could be done. So that will be my next goal, to see if we could do more user testing here and do finalized production, predominantly with Norwegian heritage wool. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for that, Thea. I think that was really quite an insight into a world that I myself don't have much experience in, fashion, design, and clothing, and I loved it. It was fantastic. And I absolutely love the phrase, we create shapes, not sizes. And in today's world, I feel like that is very much telling, especially for different body shapes, different abilities, different needs that people have. So thank you for that. Speaking of inclusive sizing and identity, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you our first online speaker, Rama Girawo, from the Helen Hamlin Center for Design. Rama is an absolute superstar in universal design and matters of intersectionality. And I also promised him that I would give him an introduction that does his years of service justice. So, deep breath. Other than being the director of the Helen Hamlin Center for Design at the Royal College of Arts, Rama is also one of the leaders in inclusive design. He has worked with over 100 companies, organizations, and governments. And if that's not impressive enough, he has also published he's also a published academic with a 20-year track record and has won numerous awards and accolades, including a Design Week Hall of Fame award. His new book, Creative Leadership, Born from Design, is available on Amazon, and it applies inclusive design to broken models of leadership, and the first print run is selling out globally. So over to you, Rama.
Great. Wow, I can hear you all clapping. That's very welcoming. So I do have a presentation to give, and I hope I'll be able to click on it from here. If not, technical team, just let me know if I need to share my screen, because I can also do that. To start off with, I describe myself as a person of color. I have what I think is a neatly trimmed black beard with a white shirt, and I have a plum-colored top, and it carefully matches the wall behind me. Notice I said I'm a person of color, not that I'm a man of color, because one of the things I'm going to be talking about is intersectionality, and for me, it's person of color first. I absolutely think sometimes when people just see me as a man and not as a man of color, that's actually a very excluding situation. So I want to get us used to multimodality. I want to talk a little bit about intersectionality. And let me see, it looks like I have to share my screen. So let me see if I can do that. Okay, does that work? I'm hoping you can all see this. Can you give me a clap if it works? Or can someone tell me if it works? Great, thanks, Bernard. So I live, love, and breathe inclusive design. It's one of the most amazing things on the planet, but sometimes I feel that we sit too comfortably. Sometimes I feel that we don't push the envelope enough. Sometimes I feel that we're exclusive in our inclusivity. And I think that's where I was going to when people see me just as a man and not as a man of color. I don't feel in my life that I've sipped from the cup of patriarchy. I don't feel that I have benefited too much personally from that. And the death of George Floyd, as I talk about in my book, made me a little bolder, made me a little considerate, more considerate about, does inclusive design actually reach beyond age and disability to look at other forms of exclusion? Because most of us on this planet do experience exclusion. So are we sitting comfortably? Because we should not be. And I don't want you to be sitting uncomfortably, but I want you to be asking questions. You are the people that will take universal design, inclusive design, design for all forward. So I want to talk about 5 things in this talk: valuing design, social sustainability, intersectionality, evolving leadership in this area, and finally, creating impact. But remember that you have a purpose on this planet, all of you in this room, every single human being. And this may seem challenging to say, are you sitting uncomfortably? But I want to start off with this poem. And it's this: the bird's most important flight is its first, born from uncertainty and disbelief, but driven by its ancestral memory of touching the sky. So embrace your uncertainty and disbelief. Some of the greatest ideas have come from that. But remember that your ancestral memory is universal design. It is doing better. It is supporting those around you and not forgetting yourself in all of this. So let's look at valuing design. But there is a problem with design here, and I can prove it to you. So if you type in the word designer on any SMS or WhatsApp application on your phone, what comes up as a predictive icon is this: 2 jaundiced French people from the 1940s holding a paintbrush. Design has an image issue. People think that sometimes we are less than what we can be. Design needs to be upstream and upstairs in every conversation. It makes every conversation better. And designers are not just about aesthetics. They are about, designers can be makers, they can be creators, they can be thinkers, but most of all, designers, we're human. So I describe myself as a human first, designer second. And I think that's the right way around. I would also say that when you do bring design into an organization, it's 3 to 5 times more likely to survive a recession. So design is a critical thing that's often excluded, but should be included. So when we talk about inclusive design, be a little fundamentalist, be a design activist, get creativity into all those conversations around you, because it will make a difference. The UK government worked with us to define inclusive design as including the needs of the widest number of people in your design. And I'm talking about inclusive design because it's a homeland and heartland that we speak about in the UK, but it's very similar, in my opinion, to universal design, design for all. You know, the way I like to think about them is they're like Kardashian sisters. You may not know if it's Kim or Chloe, but you know a Kardashian sister when you see one. So inclusive design and universal design, they're like, you know, sisters, brothers, they're like cousins. And, you know, I think they have the same heartbeat. That's the important thing. Creating impact is so incredibly important. People often ask, what's the success of the Helen Hamlin Center for Design? So I know Amit mentioned the Royal College of Art. Yes, we're still around after being launched in 1837. And the Helen Hamlin Center for Design, which I have the honor and privilege of working at, has done over 300 projects. One of our mantras is, whatever you do, create impact. And on screen, you can see a number of different things that we've produced. From top left was power tools for 80-year-olds. In the center is vehicles, autonomous vehicles. Bottom center is Heathrow Terminal 5. If you like the wayfinding in Terminal 5, we advised on it. If you don't like it, they didn't deploy it properly. They took our advice and didn't apply it properly. So I want to talk about social sustainability, because everyone's talking about sustainability, but the social angle is often missing alongside the economic, policy, or environmental. James Gustav Speth is an American activist and lawyer, and he said at COP26, I think one of my favorite things. And it's this: I used to think the top environmental problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, and climate change. But they're actually selfishness, greed, and apathy. We need a spiritual and cultural transformation. That is universal design. In the world of sustainability, the social aspect is often less considered than the environmental or economic. Often it's flatly ignored, but people's attitudes, behaviors, and actions are integral. Just came back from a conversation on this at the Houses of Parliament here in the UK on Monday. And one of the things I was saying is, when there's so many other things that people have on their minds, whether it's India's 680,000 villages looking for electricity or water, when people have a criticality of life, are we as middle-class, westernized thinkers inflicting a conversation on others? How do we make that more inclusive of people's needs, of the needs of the global South, or emerging economies who might look at ours and say, well, you are the ones that actually did the most damage to the planet in the previous decades. So we need to be a lot more thoughtful, a lot more considered, and a lot more human. And bringing it down to a granular level, there was an 82-year-old that I spoke to who said, I'm being penalized by the council because I don't do recycling, but I cannot actually get the recycling box down 8 flights of stairs and onto the curbside because I physically am not able to do that. So are we really thinking some of these things through? And design for all, or inclusive design, notice I'm using all three in this talk, can help in charting pathways and bringing a human voice to a world that often focuses on large-scale global strategies, intellectualization, and conceptual discussion. So very simply put, bring it home, bring it to people. A quick example of this is our future foil is the Foyle River is a river that divides the city of Derry in Ireland, Northern Ireland. It's not far away from the border. A lot of incidences of suicide, and rather than putting up a barbed wire fence, we moved out and lived in the community for 2 years as designers. We worked with a Swedish lighting manufacturer, and sorry to all of you Norwegians, we went next door and created these lighting reeds, and this is what it would look like on the bridge. It would become Western Europe's largest urban installation. The council, the government was looking for money here to build this, and then COVID hit. I cannot believe how many times I say, and then COVID hit, but it did. So it turns this place, this bridge where people go to end their life, a place of desperation, as you see on the left of the screen, into one of aspiration. And on the right is a sort of photoshopped image of the Clipper yacht race starting underneath the bridge. Address intersectionality. Intersectionality was defined by Kimberly Williams Crenshaw, and you can see the date on screen, as understanding the ways that multiple forms of inequality or disadvantage sometimes compound themselves and create obstacles that are often not understood amongst conventional ways of thinking. That's a mouthful, but very simply, she realized that being Black and being female were two forms of inequality or disadvantages that sort of compounded and collided. The Oxford Dictionary has this definition of it: the interconnected nature of social categorization, such as race, class, and gender. And this can create overlapping and independent systems of discrimination or disadvantage. So basically, these different categorizations matter. A simple way of thinking about it is this: we call it the 4 axes of inclusive design. And people can be excluded in a million different ways. But if you look at age, ability, gender, and race, there are 4 starter ways in which you can you can address exclusion. get these four right, and actually your company, your organization, your heart, your health, your head, your hand, they improve. So, very quick thing. We all know that the world is aging, as the stat at the top of the screen shows. But when you start to look at the global south, developing economies will see the most change. So that's an example of intersectionality. Another is gender. Women tend to live longer than men. So as a 78-year-old man said to me, it's a great time to be an older man because there's 3 times as many women to talk to. Whether you agree with his dating strategy or not, that's also, if intersectionality impacts on age. Ability. I just want you to look at the image on the right. Persons with disabilities are a large untapped source of talent. And when you think of the workforce, companies that employ people with disabilities are above average in terms of profitability and value creation. And people with disabilities can reduce staff turnover by up to 30% because of loyalty, because of integration, and because of intention. So why are we not tapping into this? Why are we excluding people with disabilities? Inclusive design used to look like this. Just about age and just about ability. And on the left is a picture of an older woman holding a bunch of daffodils and on the phone. And on the right is a wheelchair user navigating a curb in London without a curb cut. But the image on screen now is one that I love. This was our Include conference in 2019. And standing behind the logo is a group of about 20 people, and they're young, Black and female. And this for me sort of signals a real intentionality. There are a couple of boys, but they're sort of hidden by the wall of girls that you see in the front row. Gender, when you look at the intersectionality of gender identity and sexual orientation, this was a study from Ipsos. And I just want to make one point. On the left of the screen, you see you see a light blue part of the pie chart that says straight, heterosexual. 19% of people identify as straight or heterosexual. The other segments of the pie, lesbian, gay, homosexual are 19% as well. Pansexual, omnisexual are 17%. And the best thing for me is, the section that is 12% where people say, I don't know. And that is a valid answer too. Race, something that I wear in my face every day. Where did modern classification of race come from? Well, on screen is a list of bullet points, and it says in the 19th century, Samuel Morton divided people into 5 races. On the right is an image of a skull with some black peppercorns. Basically, Samuel Morton got the skulls of different races, filled the brain cavity with peppercorns, and the more peppercorns you could fit in, the cleverer and the more superior, he said, the races were. And on the left, that bullet points is in descending order of perceived intelligence. So Caucasian at the top, then Mongolian, then Malay, then Native American, and then African at the bottom. Yet Craig Venter, the pioneer of DNA sequencing, says the concept of race has no genetic or scientific basis. All humans are related. Everyone has the same collection of genes. All people alive today are Africans. How does this relate to design? I love this image because you see on screen a gentleman of African heritage wearing bright red glasses, and I love the design. This was designed by someone called Akeem, who founded Reframed. And he said, clarity is not obvious. Glasses have existed for decades, but do not fit the face landmarks of people with low or wide nose profile, excluding many Black and people and East Asian people of East Asian heritage. So glasses, which have made this transition from being a disability device to being a fashion device, they are still exclusionary on a racial basis. McKinsey do some great reports called Why Diversity Matters. And basically the graph on screen just says at the top, if you have ethnic diversity, your company will have a 35% increase in financial performance. Gender diversity, it's 15. That's actually risen to over 20 in recent years. So imagine if you combine the two. There is a book which was created at Doga, where you're at, which outlines a lot of this. It's called Innovating with People. And do see colleagues at Doga. I'm sure they'll be able to point you in the direction of a copy. And when we started doing the book in 2009, you can see one of the pages talked about these different assets, these different ways that we can be excluded. So that was my sort of longest one, because I really want to bring to light that we shouldn't just get comfortable with talking about inclusive design in terms of disability or age. We need to look at the whole gamut of human experience. Show leadership. This is a really important one for me. It's 15 years of personal research. And bottom right is the only thing I want you to read on this, is can inclusive design mend broken models of leadership? Remember that I said design makes every conversation better. What if design could actually redesign exclusive and excluding things such as leadership or financial institutions? And previous speakers have really shown that in the work, in their work. You know, I love Amit's workshop with the Metropolitan Police, for example, and those 50 younger people. You know, and is there a leadership model that includes all ages, abilities, genders, and races? I was never put in charge of anything. You know, I was too introvert, too brown, too quiet, and most of us are excluded. You're too female, you're too non-binary, you're too short, you're too tall, your body shape isn't right. You're wearing, you know, you're not wearing a blue shirt, or you're wearing too much lipstick or something. There's so much exclusionary conversation around leadership, and it makes me sick. So I actually wanted to do something about it in an empathic way. So this book was born from the research, and it asks 3 questions. How can creativity fix broken models of leadership? Empathy is core to leadership, but what other values balance it? And finally, how do you achieve clarity in practice? And yes, you've guessed it, those are the 3 values. And people say this about it: if you want to change the world kindly, carefully, and quietly, then creative leadership is for you. So it's very much got this inclusive heartbeat to it. The 3 values on screen, you can see a diagram with 3 overlapping circles: empathy, clarity, and creativity. And these are 3 universal values that are open to you regardless of age, ability, gender, or race. And for me, this was a real progression of inclusive design. So it's 4 principles. Everyone has leadership potential. And I'm going to say that again. Everyone has leadership potential. Creativity is a universal ability. Empathy is the hallmark of a 21st century leader. And clarity is that link that brings everything together. An easy way of remembering this is head, hand, and heart. Head is clarity, heart, empathy, hand is creativity. So just remember to bring those 3 things into everything you do. So be inclusive of yourself, bring your whole self into work. Empathy is a spectrum. And you can see this is creative leadership is about individual growth as well as organizational change. So it's not putting those 2 things separately. And it is a spectrum. You could be like the Godfather with no empathy, or the Dalai Lama with a bit too much empathy. And I know he was in the news recently for and had to apologize for saying something that turned out that he said was a really crass joke. On the left, you can see coronavirus, absolute lack of clarity when that kicked off. On the right, Nike's slogan, just do it. It's a really kind of clear message. On the left is, you've guessed it, it's the Eye of Sauron, which wasn't very creative, just did more and more of the same kind of evil over something like, 20 hours of movies. And on the right is any creative institution, any museum, any college, which will raise your level of creativity. So these are the 5 things. We're getting to the end of the talk: value design, social sustainability, and universal design has a role to play. Address intersectionality. Don't just look at one thing. Evolve leadership and create impact. Make things land. Challenge your perspectives. So here is a slide with a colleague, Oni from Norway. You can spot her with the long blonde hair. We went out to do a project looking at migrant workers in Qatar, and looking at their situation and their plight. And what we realized is that we came in with a Western perspective and they didn't want to talk to us. In the previous image, you can see that none of them are smiling, and we're the only people smiling. So we sort of had to spend time with them, to live with them, to breathe with them. We've abandoned the table and chairs in the background and are sitting on the floor with them. And this is a really rare photograph for me, because you see Qatari nationals, men and women, sitting down with migrant workers. And they're actually playing a game, which is about having a conversation about the situation of the migrant workers. And how do we do this? Well, it's not just about looking good like the peacock on the left, it's doing good. And creativity can look messy. That chicken on the right has strapped rockets to her back and is taking first aid somewhere. It looks messy. It's not, it's not just about the aesthetic beauty. And we can do it together because universal design is a family. I meet a lot of people from across the globe. When you speak the language of universal design, you actually speak the same language. So it's not about brawn like the gorilla lifting the log by himself. It's the family of mice doing it together. So make those connections today. And I could only wish I was there with you. And very finally, sitting uncomfortably can be uncomfortable. It can feel like a risk. So I want to just end with this quote from this writer, Anais Nin. And she said, "And the day came when the risk to remain tight in the bud was more painful than the risk it took to blossom." So I hope that today is that day when you can take the risk to blossom, because you have many people blossoming around you in that space and in this wonderful world that we call universal design. So I wish you much love and light in your endeavors. And on screen are links to my Instagram, LinkedIn, and the Amazon book. I hope we can just keep it on there for a couple of seconds longer. Please don't email me. I probably won't read it. I get too many emails, but I always respond to direct messages on Instagram and LinkedIn. It somehow just feels a little more human. And again, if you're interested in the book, there's the Amazon link. So wishing you all well in anything that you do, and may all your endeavors be inclusive.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Rama. It's always a massive learning moment whenever we hear you speak. And I never thought I would associate universal design with the Kardashians, but here we are. So intersectionality is something that Rama spoke a lot about, and this is something we'll all be hearing a little bit more about over the course of today, and especially so with our next speakers, because design goes beyond our own little worlds, and we're all slowly realizing that our secret superpower is that we can actually impact the world around us through creative leadership, each and every one of us. So now we have two people who are standing between you and lunch, but I wouldn't have hoped for a better tag team who will be sharing more on equity and intersectionality as a pathway to universal design. A round of applause for Miguel Salas and Susanna Warden from Diversity Norway.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well? Great. Just to correct you a little bit, it's diversify Norway.
Okay,
No worries at all.
This is what
Yes, great. Are you here with me, Miguel?
Yes.
So hello, everyone. I hope you're not too hungry and you can dedicate the next 20 minutes to us without your bellies grumbling too much. But welcome to our presentation on equity and intersectionality as a pathway to universal design. My name is Susanna Warden. My preferred pronouns are she, her. I'm a project and research manager at Diversify, and my work experience spans across social work, project management, and inclusive development cooperation, and I mostly focused on inclusion of persons with disabilities and women empowerment. And I'm a white woman with an oval-shaped pale face, brown eyes, long brown dreadlocks tied in the back in a low ponytail, and I'm wearing a light purple shirt, navy blue pants, and a white blazer with black stripes.
Well, thank you for introducing yourself, Susana. Hello, everybody. My name is Miguel Leiva, or Miguel Salas. We have both names, the last names in Mexico. My preferred pronouns are he, him. I'm a Mexican, light-skinned man. I have a small mustache. I have short hair and dark skin, dark eyes. And I'm wearing a pink shirt with brown boxers. So let's begin.
Can we get moving?
Yes.
Great. So today we are here representing Diversify and Diversify Consult. Now, Diversify has been founded in Oslo in 2018, and it's a nonprofit organization that has since then been supporting people from minority and marginalized groups through different programs focused on entrepreneurship, on employment, community building, and we've been doing heaps and heaps of advocacy on diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. So out of this advocacy, our Diversify Consult consultancy firm has been born. And what we do is that we work to amplify DEIB and create inclusive and equitable systems and structures within Norway and beyond throughout the world.
So we already threw a little bit of the words that we're going to be using today, and some of them you already used. I'm happy to see that actually more people are talking about intersectionality and so on. But we always like to start with some of the basics that we have. So DEIB, what is that? So we can start with diversity. So diversity, when we think about it, we probably imagine just the first common demographic identifiers, such as gender, for example, race, physical abilities, ethnicity, and so on. But diversity is that and much more. As we have in this image here, in the inner circle, we have the common demographic identifiers we already mentioned. And then we have an outer circle, more colorful one, with some others, which would include, for example, education level or socioeconomic status. So diversity is also important to notice that all these identifiers may change throughout our lives. For example, I became a migrant. I was not a migrant in Mexico, but then I also earned that identifier when I moved to Norway, and that has also shaped how I experienced my place here. So if we imagine all this DIB as a big table, we can understand diversity by asking ourselves, who is at the table? Now we have inclusion, the I in DIB, and inclusion is providing equitable access to opportunities, resources. So inclusion focuses on valuing people as they are and empowering them to thrive. So when going back to this table metaphor, we can understand inclusion by asking ourselves, are everyone's ideas heard? And do they feel comfortable sharing them? So the diversity and inclusion are also very, very, very tied together. You might almost always hear them very, very close, but they are not synonyms. So a way of understanding their difference is that we can imagine them as a jigsaw puzzle. So diversity would be having all the different pieces with their different shapes and colors, and inclusion would be solving this puzzle so that they all work together.
Yes, thank you, Miguel, for explaining diversity and inclusion. So the letter E in DEIB stands for equity. Now, what we have found out in the Nordics is that oftentimes people understand equality and equity as synonyms. However, that is not true, even though they are super interconnected. Let me explain what's the difference in the next slide. So we like to use an illustration to explain the difference between equality and equity. In the picture on the screen behind me, you can see two very identical pictures. We could play a game, find 4 differences, because one of them explains equality and one equity. So in both of these pictures, there are 4 people, a tall man, average-sized woman, a child, and a person on a wheelchair. These people want to grab an apple from an apple tree, maybe a pink lady apple. And when we talk about equality, we understand it as everyone given the same resources. And if we would apply it in this case, all of them would be given the same platform. Unfortunately, though, the child would not reach the apples and the person on the wheelchair would not even get onto the platform. However, when we talk about equity, equity recognizes the unique circumstances and challenges that each person or groups of people face, and it provides those specific resources for them to achieve an equal outcome. In this picture, how we see it is that the tall man didn't even get a platform because he didn't need it. The woman got a short platform, the child got a high platform, and the person on the wheelchair got a platform with a ramp. This way, all of them can enjoy their apples. So equity is a way towards equality. If we think of it from a standpoint of a metaphorical table, what we ask is who is not at the table and what barriers do they face to get here? When we ask this question, we can introspect and actually start designing the solutions to bring everyone to this round table. The last letter in DEIB stands for belonging. Often people might imagining as fitting in. However, belonging is kind of the opposite of fitting in, because fitting in means that you have to mold yourself in a shape of a frame that has already been created. However, belonging means that you can bring your full self wherever you are, you can come as you are, and you will be appreciated and celebrated for that. So in this illustration that you can see on the screen behind me, we have 3 overlapping circles. They overlap in the middle. One circle stands for diversity, one for inclusion, and one for equity. In the heart of those 3 is belonging. What we're trying to say here is that if diversity, equity, and inclusion are done well, belonging is the outcome. Next, my colleague Miguel will tell you a bit more about intersectionality, even though we have heard a lot about that from Rama and in his amazing presentation.
Yeah, it was really, really good. So I hope we do just as good work explaining it. So how do we get to belonging? As my partner here, Susanna, said, intersectionality would be one of our biggest assets into doing that. So intersectionality basically helps us to understand privilege. And in the case of universal design, it also helps us to understand different needs that everybody has. So, as mentioned by Rama, intersectionality is an analytical framework designed by Dr. Kimberly Crenshaw to understand social and political, how these social and political identities intersect and they change so that we can understand the systems of oppression and privilege that shapes our different experiences. It's not only about understanding the people that it's being discriminated against, but also the people on the top and how they have the power. So intersectionality also acknowledges that we are not just one thing. I mean, for example, I'm not just a man. I experience the world through all my identities, and we all do. So we don't exist as just one thing. So, for example, social identifiers such as race, gender identity, sexual orientation, class, marital status, religion, and so on, they don't just exist in a vacuum. So me being a man, for example, being a cis hetero man, precisely, has shapes my experiences, and they make them very different from, for example, an homosexual Mexican man, even though we are both cisgendered. So in this sense, intersectionality would help us understand and inform more equitable and inclusive design. So Susanna will explain us a little bit more about that.
Yes, so today we are here celebrating universal design, which is amazing. We should celebrate it and apply it in everything we do. And I'm sure you have already heard the definitions today, and you've heard about universal design and inclusive design. So I'll just maybe say a little bit about what's the difference. We have prepared the definitions for you, but I'm sure you all know them by heart, so I'm not going to read it. But the difference between universal and inclusive design is that inclusive design has rather been created to focus on the process rather than the outcome. So it's inclusive in the sense of including people from different marginalized minority groups in the design process. So in that way, it's a little bit a step ahead from universal design. And both of these concepts have previously been criticized. So if we can move to the next slide, thank you so much. So there has been constructive criticism of both of these concepts, which is great. We should never stop criticizing. I think it helps us to advance. And some of the criticisms were that, sometimes using words such as universal might be a bit overly courageous and unrealistic, because we can never create something that fits the needs of all. Not even everybody likes chocolate, so how can we expect to fit everybody's needs and wants? Something I wanted to state here was that I think the problem here is with the word universal. The way our brains work, if we say something over and over again 1,000 times, this is universal, some part of our brains will just accept it and stop challenging it. And that's the issue. We should never stop challenging all these concepts, because sometimes we might actually forget that it still does exclude someone. And another of the challenges and criticisms was that both of these ideas of inclusive and universal design were born out of Western ideals, which often disregard intersectionality and equity in their approach. So what can we do we can go to the next slide. Oh yeah. What can we do to mitigate these challenges? We have to apply justice and decolonization lens. Now, these two words are big and can be understood from different perspectives. However, when we talk about justice and decolonization within the DEIB perspective, what we mean by justice is basically giving power to the people. It means the active participation and leadership of those for whom the designs are created. Oftentimes this doesn't happen because most of the products and designs are created from the perspective of the norm, which doesn't really exist, but we'll talk about that later. The other term I mentioned was decolonization. Now, decolonization from a DEIB perspective is understood as an effort for us to step outside of the predefined norms and systems, because all of them have been born out of colonization of not just territories, but of thoughts, of knowledge, of bodies. So if we want to create a new system which is truly inclusive of the most marginalized, we have to create new systems and structures based on new ideas. So while we may not be fully able to get there through universal and inclusive design the way they stand now, we can get very close by using them and applying intersectional and equity lens. And how does this actually work? Well, we have to remind ourselves every time, every day, every second that one size does not fit all and context matters, be it individual, local, cultural context. And based on this context, if we create solutions with the leadership and active participation of the most marginalized, we will inadvertently remove most of the barriers that most of us face.
Thank you, Susanna, for explaining that. So we're already throwing in a lot of big words, big concepts. So in general, who do we design and inclusively for? So this is really important. And this would be like the best and biggest question probably for people who are starting to think about whatever design they want to build. And we normally like to bring this example whenever we think, for example, of a workplace in the Nordics, especially. And we say like, okay, let's go to an inclusive workplace in the Nordics. We may think about something like the image we have here. So we do have diversity. We do have, we probably have also inclusion, but we have, for example, diversity of, we have men presenting people, we have women presenting people, we have people with visible disabilities, but we may also notice that all of them are white. So it's very important to not only notice, it's really a privilege to walk into a room, as it says here, and not see who is there. So if you look at the images before and you say like, oh, it's great, it's just really inclusive, right? And you don't notice that someone might be missing from that, then that's that means that you are part of the majority, right? So we would like to encourage you to think more about including even more identifiers into the inclusive design. So if we think, or we go back to this example of having a workplace, or a diverse workplace, an inclusive workplace, we can see in this second image that we have the same diverse identifiers of gender and abilities, but we also have different races and cultures. So it's really important to keep in mind who are we missing, and also to include those people not only in we thinking about design, but collaborating with them. So some other relevant aspects about intersectionality of how it can help us towards a universal design is that it helps us acknowledge that structural inequality is greater than just 1, 2, or 3 identifiers. There is more than that. It also helps us understand that our compounding demographic and political identities shape and compound the world that we experience and how we do it. So in this sense, design without intersectionality could help us to maybe challenge or either reinforce the same systems of oppression. It also helps us to understand the differences between experiences of diverse groups in the workforce and society, and having an intersectional lens also ensures that we don't design initiatives that are exclusionary.
Thank you so much, Miguel. So I think there's never enough talks about intersectionality, especially in the space that we are in, or actually every space. We should always talk about intersectionality, and it's great that Rama spoke about it before us, and now Miguel also told you a bit more about it. So how does intersectionality and equity lead into inclusion? Well, we all must move away from the idea of the norm, because the norm doesn't exist. And oftentimes when we think about the spaces of universal design and inclusive design, the spaces from where the design comes from are oftentimes occupied by a lot of white people, especially the tech world has a lot of white men, right? So I think what we just need to do is not, I'm not trying to say that white men should not join tech, no, they definitely should, please do, but apply intersectional lens. And we need to step away from this idea that we are all the same, we are all equal. Yes, we are equal in value, but we'll talk about that later. And one size does not fit all. We need to step away from this heteronormative, cisgendered mindset and include the participation of intersectional people from all different walks of life, people who are visibly and invisibly disabled, people of different ages, people from different ethnicities, queer people, Muslim people, Black people, Latina people. All of them have to be on board if we truly want to call the design universal and inclusive. So a very important takeaway from our presentation is something that I will read word to word, because it's something that you should write down or take a picture. When we do not intentionally include groups of people or underrepresented groups in initiatives, products, leadership, in boards, as speakers at events such as this one, we intentionally erase them and their contributions. So we need to be intentional about including them. We can't do without them. Next slide. So how do we move beyond these challenges? How do we dismantle them? Well, the first step is just acknowledging that there is a problem. Once we do that, we can move beyond. We are not served by ignoring our differences. No, we have to celebrate our differences. We have to acknowledge them, celebrate them, empower each other through them. And as I said, people are equal in value. We are equal in that, but we are not equal in the way the system treats us because of our intersectional identities. The second step is to engage. Engage with as many intersectional people as you can. Bring people on board rather than denying or ignoring our differences. As I said, recognize, celebrate, and empower them. And I know that oftentimes when we bring diverse people together, the conversations might be a bit uncomfortable for some. Something I have learned in Norway is that people don't like being uncomfortable. That's something that needs to change. So once we just lean into the discomfort, we should listen to understand, not to respond. Oftentimes, I find myself as a white cisgendered person, when I listen to someone from an underrepresented group, I'm just trying to find a way to tell them, but I'm the good one. You know, I'm here, I'm talking to you. But that's not what we should be doing. We should listen to understand, not to respond and say, I'm here, you know, look at me. And we have to always remember that we are not the norm. Yes, and very important takeaways are also that without an intersectional lens, we cannot bridge the equality gap. We have to apply intersectionality in our work. Without equity, we will not achieve equality. So if we truly want to say that in the Nordics we are all equal, then equity is the way to go. As has already been mentioned, you know, there's a very big also business push for diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, because it really nurtures progress, it nurtures competitiveness, innovation across all sectors. So if we truly want to have positive progress in our future, we have to apply all these concepts in our daily lives, not just work.
Thank you. So one of the biggest also takeaways from this is we recommend and encourage everyone to include an equity and intersectional lens towards your universal design, so that you don't design for people, but with them. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is our contact.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Miguel and Susanne. Absolutely brilliant points about intentional inclusion and decolonization of systems and ideas. So I absolutely love that. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And I love also how you mentioned that it's all about bringing power back to the people. And I think that's why we are all here today, to really understand how we can be part of that change as well. So it's been an absolutely jam-packed morning of ideas around justice, intersectionality, fashion, education, and I'm sure you're all ready for some sustenance after getting those brain juices flowing. We do have lunch catered for you in the back. It's all free, so please feel free to eat to your heart's content. We also have these lovely tote bags that are hanging on your chairs that you can take with you if you're not joining us for the rest of the day. So feel free to relax, network, eat to your heart's content. Come say hi to all of us, and yeah, we look forward to seeing you all back in your seats at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. All right, awesome people. We are going to get started. So grab that last cup of coffee, grab your last call for sandwiches, and let's find our way to our seats. We've got a very exciting program for the second half. Some amazing speakers coming from so many different backgrounds. And it's just going to be a lovely end to the afternoon. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So our next speaker is a dear friend and colleague, Erica Mosca. Erica is an architect. So this is the first time today we're going to hear from someone who has a background in architecture in the built environment. So it's super cool to be able to hear from her and to be able to hear about her work. I think Erica will be calling in from online, if that is correct.
Yes, nice to meet you.
Yes, hey Erica, I can hear you. You are loud and clear. We're excited to hear what you have to say. Just give us a hot second to get you up on the screen, and then all will be yours. Beautiful. All right, Erica Mosca, everybody. Erica, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Anthony. Hello, everybody. I hope you have a nice break. I'm connected from Italy. In fact, I was really glad to hear before about the experience of Tubo. Just to give you a short description of myself, I have red hair, I have freckles, I have black skin, and today I'm wearing a beige jacket and glasses. So actually, since I wear glasses, we can say that I have a sort of disability or a sort of special needs. Take in mind this concept, this thing, because we will go more in depth about this. I'm ready to share my slides, the screen. Okay, great. I hope you can see them. And yes, so my name is Erica Mosca, and I work at Politecnico di Milano University as a postdoctoral researcher at the Department of Architecture. In fact, as Anthony said, I am an architect, and since where I understood that the environment can have a great impact on the behavior and the needs of the people, I start to be passionate about inclusive design. So I've got a PhD in universal design in relation to the evaluation of the built environment performances. And currently I'm working at Politecnico in the Design and Health Research Group, where we do different research projects and also, of course, education. So today we are going to explore how universal design can be the driver for develop inclusive environments. So we will see different examples to understand how architects and designers actually can have also a great social responsibility. But before, I would like to talk a bit more about the users that are involved. So how and who are the users that we take into account if we use universal design in our design strategy? So these slides show actually that the European population, the 70% of the European population have permanent impairments, like people using wheelchair, people born blind, but actually we have to take into account also people that have temporary impairments. Before already we talk about diversity, and in fact, if we consider elderly, pregnancy, or just when, for instance, you broke an arm, actually you experience the condition of the environment in a different way. And then, very important, there are even situational impairments. So for instance, when you are carrying a stroller, or when you are in a train station, for instance, and you cannot hear the announcement because there is a lot of noise. These are called situational impairments. So if you remind before when I said that I have glasses and if I don't use them, I cannot see. So in that case, for instance, I have a sort of impairment if we consider all these three kinds of impairment. So, in fact, what I would like to underline, since we are talking about design and in relation to the environment, is that nowadays disability is not anymore only related to a disease, to an handicap, but actually the World Health Organization give a new definition of disability, which is the interaction between, of course, person health condition, but even the environmental and personal factor. So that's why actually architects and designers have a great social responsibility, because also the way we design the place we live have a great impact on the people needs. So looking at the construction sector, we know that in the 20th century, there was a great shift in the design, because from the design for a standard user, we passed through a design for that take into account also specific needs. For instance, the needs of people that use wheelchair or that have sight problem. But actually, they were just focused on these specific categories of users. They give the minimum standards to provide accessible spaces. But then in the 21st centuries, and so even from today, we arrived at to design for user diversity. So actually, universal design include a wider number of users possible. And actually, as we heard before from Anthony, all the people can benefit universal design, but is necessary for some of them. I would like to, for this reason, I would like to show you the difference in relation to the definition of accessibility and universal design. So accessibility actually focus more about people with reduced or impaired motor and sensory ability to access and use the building in an adequate way. While universal design actually is the design of products, environments to be usable by all people to the greatest extent possible, without the need for adaptation or specialized design. So from these two definitions, you can understand that actually we, through universal design, can design for a wider range of users. I would like to give you concrete examples. So actually here, the slide show a bridge in Venice. Maybe some of you have been at this bridge at the entrance of Venice. Actually, there are some people that are walking on the step of this bridge with some difficulties, especially the people that are carrying stroller. So basically, the bridge, the steps of this bridge have the correct proportion, and also the material is slippery. So every users have difficulties in use this bridge, even if they do not have temporary or permanent impairment. So everyone is in have some sort of disability, we can say. For this reason, I would like to show before this example to really underline that actually the design can also create disability, because the environment can have an impact on the needs of the users. So on the opposite, in this case study, this is the entrance of the Louvre Museum, where actually there is a stairs, and in the middle there is a glass elevators. So every kind of user can enter from the same entrance, but they can choose if use one option or the other one. And I think that the most important thing is that everyone has the same experience of the environment. So there is not the same solution. So as we heard before, there is no one size that fits all, but actually the most important thing is to provide, even with different solutions, the same experience of the environment to actually embrace different needs. So in order to provide you some example in architecture, I would like to talk about the 7 principles of universal design that were developed by North Carolina State University. I will explain just 3 of them for the time that we have, showing some examples, some case studies. Actually, the principles are needed to provide some inspiration for architects and designers to understand how to apply the universal design. There are also some other recent studies from the Idea Center of Buffalo University and also at Politecnico. We are going on in studies this principle, as I will show you at the end. So, but let's go with the first principle, which is the equitable use. So the design that actually is useful to people with diverse abilities and preferences in order to avoid the segregation or the stigmatization of any users. In this example, there is an example of inclusive toilets. So I think that maybe some of you saw mainly in public buildings, inclusive toilets, which are restroom without gender separation. So we have different toilets with different sides, but no gender subdivision. And I think it's good practice, because in this way, everyone can use the same space, but actually everyone have the possibility to choose in relation to the needs, which is the space that prefer, for instance, in relation to dimension or in relation to the fact that maybe there are specific devices that are needed, for instance, in the accessible toilets. And I would like to also underline that is also provided a space in front of this restroom to sit, to stay, also to also to guarantee safety and security of people. Another example about equitable use are the prayer room that in public buildings are even more used. For instance, in hospital or maybe in airport, there are these rooms that do not focus only in one type of religion, but actually they take into account different religion, different culture, and also in the prayer room on the left, there are different kind of seats, so people can stay in a group or people can stay with more privacy. So actually also this space can be used by different users in relation to different needs. Then we pass at the principle number 3, which is simple and intuitive in use. So actually the use of the design, which is easy to understand, regardless this user experience, knowledge, language skill, and also concentration level. So we are talking about cognitive abilities, but as you heard, we are also talk about the concentration level, because it's not only related, as I said at the beginning, to the impairments that we used to know, but we are talking even about situational impairments. So About principle number 3, in this case studies, we see the house for elderly people, an house for elderly people in Portugal. Actually, as an architect personally, I really like this project, but today I would like to show you in relation to universal design principle. And in this case, actually, the corridor to arrive at, to get to the different rooms is all white. The doors are all white. The floor and the walls are all white. So, as you can imagine, for a person that is old, for a person that can have mental problems, is not really unusable way to design a usable environment, because actually there are no landmarks, there are no signs that can support people to find their room. So as the slide show, there are some puppets that actually are used to find the room. So I would like to show this example not as a good practice, but as something actually that can teach us that we should take into account the user needs in advance to prevent actually the improper use of the environment. These instead are good examples. So as you can see, there are, even in a creative way, the use of the color contrast that can underline doors, elevator doors, and also features of the environment that can be dangerous for collision and so on. But there are also symbols that can be used in addition to the letter, for instance. Or in the example on the right, we can see in a hospital the fact that they associate a specific meaning to each department. So even in this case for children that maybe cannot read, they associate a specific season to each department. So with symbol, with images, also the wayfinding became really clear. Finally, we see the principle number 4, so perceptible information, which is a design that communicates necessary information effectively to the users, regardless the ambient condition or the user's sensory abilities. So in this case, to apply this principle, the information should be provided through different methods, not only through language, through signs and letters, but even through tactile design and audio messages, for instance. So in this example, there is on the left an handrail, a wooden handrail with a metal dots. And this is used actually to indicate a change in the direction of this corridor, because actually the texture of the dot can actually make understandable this. So this is a tactile design use. Another example is in the image in the middle, the fact that this floor used 2 different textures. One used for the place where people can sit, and another one where the people can walk. So it's very clear from the texture and from the color that there are 2 different spaces. In the final image on the right, we can see actually that there is a tactile guideline, which is made by 2 different colors and also by different texture from the rest of the floor that guide the people at the information desk of an hospital. So all of them are actually design strategy that do not use languages, letters, but that use tactile design. Finally, for the last case study that I would like to show, still about principle number 4, is the fact that maybe also you see in some public spaces this kind of rooms. They are called the sensory rooms or quiet rooms, actually because we are talking about perceptible information. So these rooms are used, for instance, in airport, in museums, to create a quiet space for in space that maybe are full of people, even in train stations where can be a lot of noise, especially for people that have cognitive impairments, as people with autism spectrum disorder, but in general, even for the needs of other users that maybe would like to have a break or would like to have a relaxing space where to be. So with these case studies, I think we have a very first idea of about how universal design can be a driver of inclusion, and also about the fact that architects can have a great social responsibility in relation to the design of the environment. Finally, I would like to mention some research that we are carrying on at Politecnico di Milano University. Especially, we are working on universal design quality evaluation. So I share one scientific article and something related to the PhD thesis developed in relation to the way we can assess the quality of an environment in relation to universal design. We work about that, developing different indicators that are shown on the right about physical quality, sensory and cognitive quality, and social quality that can allow actually to measure the quality of the environment in order to understand the characteristic, the feature that are used, the benefit of the users in relation to the different needs, and also how we can improve and support designers to improve these spaces. From this research, I would like to conclude with this final tool that we have developed at Politecnico di Milano, which is actually a digital platform. Before was called Include. Now it is called Y-Clusive. So it is a digital platform that is able to assess the quality of both projects and buildings in relation to universal design by using objective indicators. On the right, the platform is shown, and we are developing that in a spin-off that we would like to propose at Politecnico di Milano University in order to connect the research to the real practice, and in order to support the designer and decision makers to really apply universal design in practice. So we already used this platform in different buildings, and we would like to go on to find more evidence about the benefits of universal design. So here, if you want to know more about this, about universal design, this is my contact, and thank you so much for the attention and for having me.
All right, let's give Erica a round of applause. Well done, and it was so nice to hear her make those connections between universal design, disability, gender, and religious practice. I wish the folks from Diversify were still here so they could hear that, because I think this really important work happens when we connect these different issues. Next speaker, I'm going to already preface by saying he's incredibly nervous, so you got to give him a lot of love. He's an amazing human being that I recently met, and he's running a huge and wonderful initiative at Christiania, and he's got a really fun and exciting talk today here for you. So Tobias, please come up and give him some love.
Thank you, Anthony, for having me here today and for this wonderful introduction. And for starters, I would like to say that I have light brown hair. My sisters say I got a ginger beard, so it's kind of orange. A light pale skin with a white t-shirt, blue shirt over and blue jeans. But to start off, I would like to ask everyone here a question: that what does a nursing home and salty fish have in common? Well, you maybe are not sure. Both things are quite, I don't know, fishy. But let me take you back to when I was 16 years old. I got my first summer job at my local nursing home. And I showed up there in the hallway, and all I could see was these ladies in their uniforms. There was white, it was blue, and just pushing around these old people. They look so fragile. And I was thinking, I'm there, I'm 16 years old. I'm going to take care of these old people when I can't take care of myself. So how is this going to work? So I gave it a try, and I worked there for actually a year. And you kind of get to know the people, and seeing them every day and wanting them to get something more out of their day than just sitting there and wait for, it's horrible to say, but the death. So I wanted to make them have a good experience by having me there, not just this young guy who helped them, but also facilitate for them so that they can do something in their day. And if there was, it could be folding the napkins. It could, okay, we need to walk down this hallway and back. And you can see it's a smile. And since they're so old, you gotta have a lot of patience. So that's kind of the key takeaways I got from there was you have some patience and you need to facilitate. And if we fast forward to when I was 20 years old, that's where the salty fish comes in. Because I recently got a job there at this fish farm, and I thought, okay, fish equals money. Money, I need it. So it was a no-brainer. I thought, good. And I was driving there the first day and turning around into the factory, and this fish smell just comes right into the air condition. And I thought, I need to turn around. I cannot work in this fish smell. It's terrible. And I got up to the manager, and he was like, okay, you are young, you are fit, you can work hard, you can work fast. This will be great. And I got a tour around the factory, and all that was stuck in my mind was this fish smell. So I thought, am I going to stand there working in this horrible smell? But I ended up working there for a couple of months, and as you could have tell, all I can think of was when I got back home to wash off this fish smell, because every day you're standing there working faster, because you need to, well, the faster you work, the more money you earn. And in the breaks, you just squeeze in those 4 or 5 slices of bread to get down to the work. And you're walking around with salt up to your knees, but you can't care because you need to work fast. But in the period I worked there, I got quite interested in how does this business work? Because we are doing this fast, but how are you benefiting from it? Because the customers, and I thought, okay, this is quite interesting. And then I started to challenge my manager, my supervisor, and thinking, okay, but can we do some improvements here? But we can do this differently so that we can do it faster. And there was like some great answers, but some answers were quite not so great. And as I got curious about how the business works and how we can implement new improvements, I thought, I cannot stay here for a year or 2 or 5. I need to go out and study something. And I wasn't sure because my grades from high school was not that great. And what do you do when you don't have good grades from high school? You look for the private. And I'm not sure of how many of you know about Christiania, the University of Christiania, which is here in Centrum. But they got some really catchy titles. And I was looking around, and the business aspect, that was when I was working with the Salty Fish. Then I kind of had the business in my head, and I thought there was a title called Creativity, Innovation, and Business Development. I thought, wow, that's a sexy title. And then I applied for it. But as I was looking at this great title, I saw a picture of something called Lofte. And I thought, okay, this looks like a cool place. It's funky, it's fresh, it's got this kind of entrepreneur spirit over it and the joy of creation. And I thought, okay, I need to apply because I'm going there. And I got there to the school the first day, and I showed up and I thought, okay, show me the way to Lofte. And they said, no, it's closed. It's members only, and it's COVID. And I thought, well, thank you. And then I kind of put it away for the time being there. And if you fast forward again, one more year to October 2021, after being present at Lofte, I've been curious, I've been at the events, I've been wanting to know how these startups do their business, because Lofte is a place for startups. I get a question from the previous leader at Lofte, Sandra, and she said, do you want to create the incubator program? And I thought, oh, yes, of course. And I said, yes, of course, I will do it. I will fix this thing. And then I kind of put a lot of energy in it, trying to understand what is an incubator program, because I have no idea. And I think it just sounded nice, and I got opportunity to be at Lofte. And I used 2 weeks or something to understand what it is and put a lot of energy in it. And then I got some guidance. Okay, you need to know what the startups wants to know, because I need to get someone to speak about it. And then I started to ask the startups, okay, what do you need to know to make your business better? And then they said, okay, I need to know more about business plan. I need to know more about the economics, the branding, the conflict management. And then I started produce. I need some speakers. Then I was contacting many speakers, like, have you heard about this thing called Lofte? We got some startups. This is great for you. Share your experience and make them great. And as we have done, kind of make the speakers come and clear them, we started pushing out to the students to apply for Lofte, because this is a program you need to apply to. And then we were like, okay, do you have a startup? And they say, no, but okay, just start a startup and just apply, because you need to know about this. This Lofte is a great offer for you. It's super. And the time goes by, the incubator program was finished, and we were kind of left with an okay feeling. The feeling of that it wasn't great, we could have done some better things, and it was kind of last minute work. But as we spoke to the companies and the startups, they nevertheless took more advantage of it. And then I kind of started thinking, okay, they thought it was helpful, they got a lot out of it, and they kind of got them on the right track. And I got an example. He's a friend of mine called Tristan. He came to Lofte with this energized. He was so energized. He got like 7 ideas, and we need interns. We need more ideas. We need to start producing. He wanted to be the new Norwegian Askeladden. And then I thought, okay, this is super nice. Bring the energy to Lofte. And as he was walking through this incubator program, he ended up with one idea, which he is now currently doing. He moved to another office. He got a mentor from the incubator program, which is super great. Then you get to see them thrive. And luckily, after one more year, after that year, I'm sorry, I got to stay for one more year, which is super great because some people are done with their bachelor's and need to move out from Lofte, but I have got one more year left, so I get to stay. But the difference from 2022 and the difference from then to now is that I moved up to being kind of the head of community, not just the incubator program, but also more like the responsibilities. Thank you. And then I thought, okay, I'm going to be head of community. I need my own team. And then I started thinking, okay, I need an incubator coordinator. Very nice title, yeah. And then I need an advisor for the students who want to know more about the startup community. And luckily I got both, which is two wonderful people. And what is so great about having my own team is that I get to share my experience, and my experience had some different value, because I got to give them a good baseline. Because the difference was that I kind of got into there not knowing anything and was like, okay, trying to figure out my own way. But for them, I could teach them all about, okay, this is an incubator program, this is what we have done, this is Lofte, this is their values. And not only could I facilitate for my new team, but also for the companies, and it's super great because I got to witness and be a part of my team personal growth, which is super nice. I could see them adapt. I could see them making their own role, which is exactly what I wanted them to do, like finding their own kind of space at Lofte and taking some ownership of the role, and also kind of gaining enough knowledge to pass on their experience and thoughts about Lofte, and talking to other people like, this is Lofte, I know all about this, and not just pass on the questions to me, which has been from the start off. And I thought, this is great. Now I can slowly move away and make this Lofte, it will be great without me. And for all of those things to happen, you need to facilitate, not just for the startups or the team, but yeah, you need to facilitate and give them some business aspect to it. And then you need to have some patience. And when all of that is good, you can see them do improvements. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. So let's give Tobias another round of applause. This is the future of universal design here in Norway. He is helping incubate the businesses that are going to go out and put this work forward from here. So it was really nice to get him part of the program. Next up, we have another dear friend and colleague, Barbara, who is joining me from Christiania University College. And she's an absolute powerhouse, and I can't wait to hear everything that she has to tell us, because she is a rock star in her field. Give her a round of applause, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm very grateful to be here with you. My name is Barbara, and I am an associate professor at Christiania University College, which also has the sexy titles. Today, I'm standing in front of you wearing green because I love green. I'm wearing a green skirt, and then with, I don't know what you call it, a zebra print kind of or shirt. And I have, what do you call this again? Braids. And I also have a notebook in my hand. I noticed that all the other speakers were speaking freely, and I thought, oh goodness, I'm not really one of those that just speak freely, because then I will use an hour. And we don't have an hour to listen to me. So I will look into my notebook, and it's not because I'm ignoring you, it's actually just because I'm checking that I'm on point and also on time. Today, I would like to speak a little bit and actually draw you all into this discussion on inclusion and diversity in driving innovative thinking. As I said, I work as an associate professor and specifically in innovation. That means innovation, creativity, entrepreneurship are really my passion areas. But I also want to draw in what my African heritage taught me that the Western world never could. And this is not throwing shade to the Western world. This is actually just saying from my own experiences, what I noticed that I could never learn here that I learned from my African heritage. So let me just go a little bit back. I was born in Uganda, which is in East Africa, next to Kenya. And I lived in Kenya and grew up in Norway in Tromsø. So there is something unique about having the opportunity to embrace change or cultures at a very young age. And I will tell you what happened when I came to Norway. I remember when I arrived in Norway, it was colder. It was less humans to see, but also the homes were really far away from each other. My neighbor in Tromsø, which is the northern Norway city, we were about a kilometer, that was the closest we were to each other. For me, coming from Kenya, that was too far. Why were we put in as neighbors very far away from each other? Why we were not closer? Because we're supposed to be neighbors, no? So that if I'm missing a sugar, I can just come over to you, not take a whole bike ride to get to you for only sugar. Another thing that I noticed about coming to Norway is that I also remember that adults were the only ones who spoke English. When I was in school, when I started school in Norway, I got a sheet of paper, an A4 sheet of paper. They asked me to fill in Norwegian, they will call it morsmål. In English, that would be your mother tongue. The little space to fill in your mother tongue was too small. And I went back to the teacher and I said, excuse me, the space is too small. Is it okay if I just write it up, continuously and use the space, the extra space that is on the side? And then I was told no. And I said, but what do you mean? And they said, well, you only have one mother tongue. And I looked up to them and I go, I don't have only one mother tongue. I'm from Uganda. We don't only speak one language. We speak more than 30 languages. We have several mother tongues. So the other thing, next, adults being the only ones that spoke English was extremely boring for a 9-year-old. I had no interest to speak to adults at all. I wanted to speak to people my age. They were more interesting. We could go out play. We could make fun of each other. I could not make fun of adults. They didn't catch my drift or my jokes or anything that I was doing. They didn't even know the music I was listening to, even the series that I wanted to watch. It was not interesting to them. It was boring to me. But then I realized, let me start learning Norwegian. Okay, I set out to learn Norwegian. And the first thing I decided was to watch Norwegian Disney movies in Norwegian. And mind you, that living in Kenya, at that point, I hadn't known that Disney movies are originally in another language, English. I thought they were Norwegian. So I clicked in, I said in a movie, Lion King of all things, Simba. I started watching the movie, and to my surprise, there was a song that came and said, Hakuna Matata, philosophy. And I thought to myself, oh, these people speak my language. So I ran out to my neighbor and I knocked on the door, boom, boom, boom. Excuse me. And they came out and I'm rambling in Swahili. And I'm like, in Swahili. And I'm so excited. The excitement in my eyes blinded the question mark on their face. So after some time, they looked at me and I looked at them and I said, why are you not excited? We're brothers, we're sisters, what's happening? And it took me a minute to realize they do not understand anything I'm saying. So I decided, let me repeat the phrase from Lion King, Hakuna Matata. And they said, yeah, Hakuna Matata. And I thought, that's all? That's all you know? And to their surprise, they didn't even realize that was a language. To my surprise, I didn't even realize that there were people that didn't know that Swahili was a language. And it's in Disney movies. And then I learned later that this Disney movie, The Lion King, is worldwide. Oh, goodness. Okay. So, feeling included, and this is quite important because someone said it's different from fitting in and belonging. So I really wanted to belong. Why? Not only because I wanted to understand their culture, but I just wanted to talk to people. That's it. I wanted to have friends. So I wanted to belong. And feeling included became so much more important for me due to my experiences in Norway. And this came at an early age. The struggles were real. Trying cheese. I don't come from a family that eat cheese or eat any milk products. Trying foods that I've never seen before in my life was very difficult. I noticed that people don't eat rice here. I thought people ate rice everywhere. Potato was very different. It was not sweet potato, it was potato. And I said, where's the sweetness in it? And they said, no, this is different. It was a lot of things that was very difficult coming here. But those experiences really put me on the other side. And they really taught me how it is for me to experience things here, to experience when I'm not really included, to experience being on the other side where other people take it for granted. You know, my peers in school, they would eat potato and say, we eat this every day, it's normal. I would be on this side. This is very difficult for me to swallow, it's quite dry. So, it was a lot of experiences. And I will take up another experience. So, years later, I'm a previous flight attendant, believe it or not, or cabin crew, as they say nowadays. Being a cabin crew, you have all the roles. You are mother, you are friend, you are enemy, you are everything at the same time. And when I went to SAS, the reason why I'm bringing it up is because it's very different. You get into this environment, this working culture that just embraces you. You feel included right away because everyone is just so happy and everyone is enjoying traveling with different people. You have people that come in different shapes, colors, races, everything, age. And what you do, we learn we have to smile and greet them, all of them. And then it becomes a nature for you, it becomes second nature to you, to say, hello, I see you. How are you doing today? We have to see them because we have to check that they don't suddenly faint. Because if they do faint, we have an emergency. So we constantly see everyone all the time. And when we're walking down the aisle, believe me, we see you. We see you when you don't see us, when you're ignoring us, we see you. And that taught me to make sure that we see one another. Being inclusive in a diverse environment means that you see one another. Now, lastly, a lot of times I'm asked, I've had these experiences where I've come into a room and then I've been asked, we're speaking in English and we're continuing on English, and for me, I don't mind. And to one point, they asked me, snakker du norsk? Which means, do you speak Norwegian? Which I answer, yeah, jeg snakker norsk. To their faces, oh my gosh, you speak Norwegian. And then we continue in English. Which doesn't make sense. But then I say, okay, let's continue in English. Though the question did not make sense. So, a lot of times when I've been in different working environments, I've noticed that you need to welcome change, but at the same time, you also need to be resilient. What do I mean with being resilient? What I mean with being resilient is that when I was young in Norway, learning Norwegian is not easy. They have 3 extra letters in their alphabet. that a lot of foreigners struggle to pronounce. It is very difficult. It is not something you're born with to pronounce a, o, u. It's very difficult. So I had to be resilient in my journey to learn Norwegian. Learning Norwegian, I had to be resilient in my other journey, because now I had learned Norwegian, right? So then I had to learn the traditions, the culture, the ways, the little jokes, the inside jokes, the outside jokes. There were so many things, and today I'm still learning. I've been living in Norway for over 25 years, and I'm still learning. Well, for some, inclusion maybe and diversity, maybe it's not that important. For others, it is. For me, it's extremely important. Diversity and inclusion, it is understanding, it is patience, and it also is building curiosity. Once you build curiosity for people, for your environment, you also naturally drive creativity and innovative thinking. So I want to leave you with 3 ways where you can do this, because a lot of times people ask me, how did you even survive Norway? Not only with its coldness, with the faraway neighbors, moving to Oslo was actually kind of a breeze because the neighbors were too close. Because at that time I had gotten used to the neighbors that were a bit far away, where I could have a party anytime I wanted, but now in Oslo it was different. I had to ask for permission. So there's 3 ways. 1, make it personal. Leave space for someone to share their own experiences. Leave space for you to listen to their experiences. Some of the things that I found extremely strange coming to Norway were very normal for the people here. The same, some of the things that you will find coming to my country, Uganda, will be extremely strange for you, but it will be extremely normal for me. Number 2, be open. Be open to various perspectives. Even though they're not your perspective, be open to them. They might teach you something. Being open to Norway taught me a lot. One of the things that I love the most about the Norwegian culture, traditional way of being, is being able to say, I can say what I want to say, and the police will not catch me. So being open to various perspectives can teach you something. Number 3, have gratitude for diversity. When we are in a diverse environment, we learn from each other. And diverse environment, it doesn't have to mean skin color or race. There's so many things that we have seen previously here. And one of the things that I have loved about being here today specifically has been the things that I've learned. There's so much that I have learned and so much that I can take away, and that I'm grateful for. And with that, I want to end that inclusion and diversity drives innovative thinking. And there is so much that not only from my African heritage can teach me, but also from your own heritage. I'm very sure that there is a lot in the Norwegian heritage that also can teach you that the African world cannot teach. Thank you.
Absolutely incredible. I'm still kind of feeling emotional from hearing all of those wonderful ideas, and you presented it in such a beautiful, beautiful way. So thank you, Barbara, for being here. Next up, we have Ivan Biasabe, who is a dear friend and colleague going back many, many years. He's going to continue our theme into entrepreneurship and how that and inclusion can really enable people all around the world to stand up and to stand in their own power. So while Ivan gets his computer set up, I'll just ask a quick question. Are you guys enjoying yourselves? Yeah, all right, good. That makes me happy to hear. Good, then I hope that you will take a lot of these lessons home with you, because they are the lifeblood of this work, and it's incredibly important that we continue this effort. So, Ivan, the floor is yours.
Perfect, thank you. All right, how do you follow up after that? Thank you so much. My name is Ivan Biasabe. My background is I'm a lawyer. And apart from that, I'm a serial entrepreneur. And today I'm going to talk about Vibrant Creator. And as you see, what we're trying to do is create universal access to successful entrepreneurship. And this is something which is deep in my core heart. And it's something which, through my personal journey, I've experienced that we need to provide access to entrepreneurship to as many as possible, especially in the developing countries, so that more and more ideas are comes into life. So let me see. Okay, so let me start by saying that each and every one of you have ideas each day. Raise up your hand if you have an idea during the day. See, each and every one of you have different ideas which comes up every day, and that's because we face different challenges during the day. And those ideas could be potentially be something, right? I believe that Facebook, Google, and all these big companies came out of someone having an idea, right? And they say that in average, a person has more than 6,000 thoughts, ideas in a single day. So if you combine the people we have in the world, that means there's trillions of ideas which are floating around each day, right? And from this, for all those trillion ideas which are floating around, we only have around 600 million startups which are started in the process of being started each year. And this is only in 65 economies. Now, if we combine all the economies we have around the world, the number is much higher. But look, it's only 50 million businesses which are started each year, which means that how many ideas are sitting around which never gets to see the lights of the day. And this is something which is very important. Before I jump into this, one of the biggest issues we have today is that there's so many challenges, so much challenges today. We have economic challenges today, we have environmental challenges, we have inclusion challenges. So there's so many aspects of challenges, and we need ideas to come into life which can solve these issues. The problem which we have today is that most of the businesses which are start today, they fail. 90% of startups fail. That's a huge number, but that is within the numbers which I have already expressed, which is around 50 million startups which are started each year. So 90% fail. Now think of trillion of those ideas which actually don't get to see the lights. So the percentage is much, much higher. I'll even go bold and say that it's almost 99%. So what is the reason why these startups fail? And you can search on Google today. There's so many aspects to why startups fail. And I would say that there's so many pitfalls which could have been avoided in the process. And this is something which we want to solve. This is the reason why we started Vibrant Creator, basically to find a way so that more and more businesses can find light of the day and pass through the narrow of not failing. So, and let's see, and that's why Vibrant Creator was started. Is it okay if I can connect so I can show case? There. I can't see. Where's the mouse? Is there? Yeah, there it is. All right, so what Basic Vibrant Creator does is combine business development with product development and service development. What we have today is that most people, startups, or most people who are starting ideas, they begin with product development, or if you're starting a service, you start with service development. The problem is that when you tap into business development is when you try to meet an investor. But the problem is that what you're doing is actually a part of business development. And combining those two is critically important, because right now today, we see business development quite static. Write a business plan. you can't write a business plan. A part of the process of business plan is also the product development, talking to your potential customers, right? And the problem is when you start with product development and so on, you are basing things on assumptions. The biggest problem, the biggest hurdle, a lot of startups, the reason why a lot of startups fail today is because they base what they do on assumptions, right? Everybody has an assumption of something, right? So what we're trying to do basically is to help startups to always think ahead. The more systematic you take that approach, the easier it is for you to find out if an idea have the right to live or not. Because one can see that the whole process of business development is actually, it's more or less breaking assumptions and actually seeing if that assumption actually holds or not, basically. So as you see right now, you have the steps which you need. So let's say you have a business idea, you get this entire steps you need to actually formalize that idea into a business. And based on that, you can dynamically work with your product or service while you have something which is guiding you throughout the process. So this is one of the reasons why let me see. So as you see right now, it's take you through the steps. It's dynamic in the sense that you can invite your teammates, whoever you work with, and also work together towards actually achieving the goal which you're trying to achieve. Now think in that sense that you have many ideas. Maybe this could be a way for you to get started. Easy way, and it doesn't cost you time, and it's quite efficient in the sense that we have transformed a lot of information in terms of how to start a business into something which you actually can do instead of just researching. And the last aspect I would like to add is that AI, let me see. I don't see the mouse, there it is. Did I do anything wrong? Oh, there it is. Yeah, the last thing is also AI is here, and AI is the future. Now, what we see that AI can also create more value in the sense that it's easier for you to take the steps you need to actually achieve your goal. So in that instance, as you see right now, we have also integrated AI in the sense that while you're building your business, you can utilize AI as a way, as a helping hand for you in that process. You can switch back to the, yeah, perfect. All right. Okay, so what is our purpose? So our purpose is basically to provide universal access to successful entrepreneurship. The reason is that we want to provide access is that today, a lot of this information are in the closed doors. Now we talk about in terms of incubators, accelerators. You have people searching to come into that closed circle. But the problem is that you might have around 1,000 to 2,000 people trying to enter into that circle, but only 10 to 15 people comes in, which means that a lot of people are left behind. This is do-it-yourself incubator, in the sense that you can do it yourself whenever you are, where you are. So it's not, so in the sense that it's accessible for you anytime you want. So that's the reason we started Vibrant Creator, and this is our purpose. So thank you very much.
Amazing. And these sort of initiatives are so critical for our work because it allows us to open up more aspects of our society to more and more and more people. And I've been fortunate enough to be able to work with Ivan to make sure not only is his incubator, self-paced incubator, universally accessible, but that the technology itself is also universally designed. So well done, Yvonne. Thank you so much. Next, we have another dear friend and colleague who I've had the privilege to work with for a number of years. She was the MC of the first half. Let's hear it for Sumita.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, and it's good to be back in the front again. So hi, everyone. I'm going to take you guys today through a few ideas. Is this the clicker? Okay, cool. Through a few ideas on innovation, inclusion, and how intersectionality really comes into play. So just a bit of a background about myself and a quick description. I'm a person of color. I'm currently wearing a black jeans, black coat, and a black top with feathers on it. I'm approximately 35, well, I am 35 years old, and I've got long dark hair. So for those of you who might need the description, so thank you. By way of background, I've worked in multiple fields. Where do I start? Worked with governments on disability legislation, worked with corporates on disability innovation, and today I'm here in front of you guys to talk about how all of this has come into play and how really all of us can definitely make an impact within the worlds that we work in currently. So first I want to talk about diverse innovations. Here you can all see I'm not quite sure how clear it is, but it's a classroom essentially. You see 5 kids in the front, and on the walls there's a projection. And this was an innovation that I came across from Singapore. That's where I'm from. It's a Singaporean innovation where you have kids with disabilities able to interact with an environment, a safe environment, before they can go out into the real world, before they tackle how to cross a traffic light, how to take a bus, or how to ask for directions and things like that. So this is very much an interactive element. Just as an information, it costs about $50,000 per classroom. So not exactly cheap, but it's right up there with pretty innovative ideas, is it not? Yeah. And next one, we have potatoes. Now, I'd love to ask you guys, between the innovation that we saw earlier and between potatoes, which one do we classify as innovations? It's an easy answer. The first one, right? It touches on technology, it touches on assistive tech, it touches on AI. It's really cool to look at. And it looks colorful and it's fun and it's interesting and it helps kids get out into the real world. Whereas for potatoes, I mean, you can boil them, mash them, put them in a stew, as they say in Lord of the Rings, but that's pretty much it, is it? Now, what I want to ask you guys is universal design, how universal should it be? Even with geographies, we need to take into account within national spheres as well. Not everything that works here in Oslo would work in another Norwegian city I know, which is Tromsø. I'm fairly new here, but we also need to take into account that within our own societies, within our own cultures, things can differ vastly. As for the idea of the potatoes, I would actually share a little bit more about that. It was a bit of a misnomer. So this was an idea that was brought to me by a village in India. They came to me and they said, listen, we had a big challenge trying to train kids with disabilities, with mobility disabilities, to grasp a spoon. And I was like, okay, well, I know of all these innovations from the UK. They have a spoon with a grip, and I can share this with you. It costs about $500 per kid. Pretty affordable, I would say. But they were like, no, not for if we want to work with 200 kids in rural India. And I said, yeah, well, that's a good point. So why don't you guys come back to me with an idea? And this is what they came back with. And a little bit more, this is actually what they came back with. So what they did was they actually stuck a spoon in a potato so that the kids could grab the potato. And what's really innovative about this is that you can change the size of the potato, right? As the grip gets better, you can get it to a smaller size. And this is how we innovate. This is how we innovate within cultures. This is how we innovate within socioeconomic classes as well. And I feel like this is a really, really important aspect. So when we think about innovations, let's always think about a potato first before we think about an AI-designed classroom, right? And so next one, we talk about cultures. This is a healthy eating pyramid. We've all seen this. I've seen this since I was in primary school in Singapore. You have bread at the top, milk and dairy in the middle, meats in the halfway through, and then you have vegetables, healthy fats, and oils. And if you come from Singapore, if you come from any Asian country, you'd realize you don't identify with any of this. I did not even know there was brown cheese. I thought the best cheese you could get was Kraft Singles for the longest time. And so this is also something else we need to think about. When we design for innovation, when we design for people, we need to also think about what are their interpersonal identities. And what more than that, what are their intrapersonal identities? The difference between these is that interpersonal is how we react towards each other, and intrapersonal is how we react towards ourselves. And so when I was in school, and this was what I was shown, it was very confusing for me, because if I went home and told my mom that I had to eat a daily serving of cheese and dairy for an Indian person, you pretty much get mango lassi, which is laden with sugar. And so this does not really identify with us, but this is what we were taught in school. This is healthy eating. But then someone rather brilliant came up with these 5 pyramids. It's a little bit small, tight, but first you can see the African heritage diet pyramid. You have the Asian diet pyramid, the Mediterranean, and the vegetarian and vegan diet pyramids. And these are exceptionally important. Oh, sorry, and in the middle you've got the Latin American one. And these are exceptionally important because it really takes into account our identities together with food. Something as simple as food can be incredibly transformative. And when it comes to designing and when it comes to innovating, we need to also take into account how people identify in their day-to-day lives, in what they do when they go home, what they do when they meet with friends, when they meet with loved ones. It's not always about designing for a world where they're working, where they're studying, or where they're doing these professional outfits that we tend to put on. It also seeps into our personal lives and how we identify with things that are close to us, or how we identify with things that we grew up with. Next one I want to talk about is equality, equity, and justice. I know a couple of speakers talked about equity and justice a little bit earlier, and they essentially stole all of my points. But here I want to share, I really love this picture. It's a picture that I once came across somewhere and I couldn't get it out of my head, but I thought it really epitomizes what we think of equality, equity, and justice. So for those of you who might need a description, equality, we have a photo of 3 kids standing behind a fence. One of the kids can't see what's happening on the football field, but it's a fence that's designed for everybody. It keeps everybody equally out. But it's the assumption that everyone benefits from the same supports and everyone benefits equally from equal treatment. Makes sense? But what about equity? And this is really where it gets down to the grain. Here we see 2 of the kids, one being given a crate to stand on, the shorter one being given 2 crates to stand on. And so this way they can all see over the fence into the football field. And here it says that everyone gets the supports they need. And this is also somewhat a familiar concept of affirmative action, hence producing equity. And in the third picture, we've got a fence, but this is more of a chain link fence. So everyone can pretty much see the football field without having to stand on anything or needing additional supports. Because this is the cause of inequity was addressed. A systemic barrier was removed. So even when we talk about equity, it provides for inequalities that are already built into the system, when really what we should be doing is talking about justice. And someone earlier talked about bringing power back to the people, and this is what we need to talk about. We need to think about chain link fences, where we need to tear down these wooden fences, build up chain link fences if they're needed, because this is where inequity needs to be addressed. Everyone needs equal access to equal opportunities with the least amount of barriers available. And this goes beyond disability, this goes beyond age, it goes beyond cultures, it goes beyond gender, sexuality, identity, orientation, everything that you can think of, that's where it all starts. And I know that in our daily work, we tend to think about, which one's most cost effective? I might design for someone, it might cost me a little bit more, but not everything is a numbers game, because at the end of the day, we will all end up using the ramp that is leading up into a building. We are all going to end up using the elevator. And it's not just talking about disability. When I first got to Oslo, I had my luggages with me. from all the way from Vienna, and I used the elevator. I didn't have a disability. I'm not old. I don't need support, but I still needed that assistance for the temporary period of time. And this is something that we need to think of. That it's not always a numbers game. It's not always about which one provides the best profit or which one provides the least amount of trouble. We need to start thinking about long-term planning and empathy. Empathy is a key critical aspect I think we all need to think about, because just because it doesn't affect you now does not mean it's going to impact you or your loved ones later on in the day. And then we have profits versus needs. Very easy to understand. Always a conundrum, and I'm sure we all face this in every day of our lives. How do we balance profits versus needs? And in the long term, I was having a conversation with someone earlier, and he mentioned that when it comes to older persons, we tend to think of them as a drain in society. I mean, we all look at our social welfare system. It's easy to come to that conclusion. But he actually mentioned that for each year that an older person is living within the community that's included within our ecosystem, they actually generate $53 trillion worth of business. And that's amazing. If you multiply that by 10 years, we're all living longer these days. We're all living more frequently and interacting with our community a lot more these days. That number multiplies. And so when we think about profits, it's not only about direct profits, but, oh, can this person spend? Can they provide me with something? But it's also more about what their needs are. And if we cater to these needs, it's very much easier to show that things come back multiple times. And so I want to kind of also, before I kind of wrap up, to talk about these 3 points: diversity, equity, and inclusion. So diversity is where we recognize that, yes, there are differences between all of us, you, me. We all look different, we all feel different, we all work differently. Equity itself is fair treatment, access, opportunity, and advancement of all people. It's something that we need to work beyond diversity. Equity is providing equal opportunities or equal supports to everybody. And when it comes to inclusion, and this is where we really want to aspire towards, it's a variety of people who have the power, a voice, and this is critical, decision-making authority. Everyone needs to have a decision that they can make. Everyone needs to have a voice at the table. Everyone needs to have a chair up at the table. And this is where we all come into play, by providing those spaces, by providing those chairs, by providing those speaking opportunities. And so with that, I'd like to thank you for joining me today and available for any questions. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Sumita. And so nice that we're able to keep on time. This is so much fun. All right, so our next presenter is actually going to be a Q&A led by me. So I'm going to be asking him questions, throwing all kinds of great ideas at him, and he's going to respond to these. So as soon as we have him online, we'll be able to begin.
Hello.
Hello, Bernard. How are you?
Great. How are you? Good to see you.
I am very well. Yes, and now we can see you. Fabulous. Okay. And that is a bright yellow hoodie that you're wearing there. That's amazing. I love that color. Bernard, could you just go ahead and start by introducing yourself and describing yourself so that folks who are need that description can have that, please?
All right. Hello, my name is Bernard Shira. I am joining you from Nairobi, Kenya.
Bernard, we lost you. Bernard is frozen in stasis. Sure, he will return in a moment. We will keep our fingers crossed. Otherwise, it will be an early day. I've taught over 3,000 students in my life, and students will riot if you go 1 minute over in class. But if you end 30 minutes early, they're happy. They're happy as anything, happy as a clam. All right, so I see Bernard has just jumped off.
Let's try this again. Sorry, I think I dropped off.
All right, Bernard, hit us with your introduction, please.
All right, my name is Bernard Shira. I am joining you from Nairobi, Kenya. I am a person of color. The color is brown. I'm wearing a very yellow, bright yellow hoodie with a logo IN on the left side. And that's the logo for my accelerator program. Have short hair, short black hair, and a short beard. I hope that does it, Anthony.
It's perfect. It's perfect. So one of the things I know you've been absolutely killing it with lately is this idea of inclusive innovation. So I'm wondering if you could give us a description. What does that mean to you?
Absolutely. So just for context, I run an accelerator program called Innovate Now in Kenya. It is part of the Global Disability Innovation Hub. And we actually founded this accelerator with the whole idea being inclusive innovation. And the way we look at this is, okay, when you're solving a problem, whatever problem you're solving, how do you go about solving that problem to meet the needs of the ones you're solving for? And the approach that we use is core innovation and leadership by persons with disabilities, because our accelerator tackles assistive technology in which in developing countries, only 1 in 10 people have access. And this is obviously a very big problem globally. And we're trying to leverage on innovation and the power of co-creation and technology to solve this.
Amazing, amazing. I absolutely love it. And we heard earlier about how the humble potato could act as an assistive technology. So I want you to reflect on this. What is low-cost assistive technology and why is it needed?
Yeah, thanks, Anthony. So I think one of the facts that I need to bring out here is when it comes to assistive technology, so assistive products and services, unfortunately, they are very expensive in some parts of the world, especially in Africa. And so it's a barrier, and it's a big barrier. So the idea of giving people access to assistive tech has to kind of eliminate this barrier by making sure that there is affordability, and also by ensuring that when we say low cost, we don't mean cheap or low quality. We mean that we have to price these products within the reach of those who need them.
Absolutely. And this reminds me of a concept that I was exposed to a few years ago called frugal innovation, which is all about innovating high quality goods and services, but doing it in as low resource intensive a way as possible. Do you have any examples? I would love to hear some examples of assistive technology that's very low cost.
I mean, absolutely. So, I mean, assistive tech is really a spectrum and a broad range of products and services. So I'm going to give you an example that is very recent. Actually, last night I was attending the launch of a new startup in Kenya that's building low-cost prosthetics devices. The startup is called Prothea. And one of the highlights of this event was the customers or the users that have been fitted with these devices, they did a red carpet catwalk. And here's the thing, the cost of a prosthetic or orthotic device in Kenya can go for up to $3,500. Imported ones could go for as much as $5,000 or more. So this company has been able to leverage on new technology that is 3D printing and to work with experts in the field to bring that price down to as low as below $500 without compromising the quality and the user experience. And why this is important, Anthony, is because how do you begin talking about equality and diversity if the costs of essential products is not within reach by those who need them, especially in countries where our social system and insurance systems do not quite as work as in the West. So most people purchase these products out of pocket. So this is what we mean as a way of example.
Amazing. And I think there's actually an example here in Norway. The Anti-Discrimination Ombud heard a case where an app that was charging a fee was considered unaffordable for a person with a disability. And so whenever that complaint was brought forward, it was brought forward in the name of universal design, but affordability was part of that complaint. So I think you're hitting the nail here right on the head. If we're going to be create universally designed products and services, they need to be affordable by as large a population as possible. Now, tell me more about how you see this as being a frontier issue when it comes to inclusive innovation.
Absolutely. So, I mean, when you look at what inclusive innovation, the potential of inclusive innovation to impact the lives of people, I think assistive technology comes into perspective because the numbers that we are looking at are quite huge. And it does mean that by 2050, for example, the number of those who need assistive technology will have increased exponentially to reach 3.5 billion people across the world. And the statistic is such that in Africa, or in not just Africa, but also many parts of the developing world, the ratio of those who have access and those who do not is only 1 in 10 have access. So when it comes to low cost, it's basically saying that market-driven approaches or making products accessible and available have to go to these markets in a way that is within reach. And this is where inclusive innovation comes in, because it's not just a matter of the price point, it's a matter of being able to deliver high quality, being able to deliver and to elevate the voice of the consumer, the person getting to be the user of these products. And the way you do that is through inclusive innovation by co-creation and co-innovation with persons with disabilities. And this is how our model works, our accelerator model works. The persons with disabilities are part of our Live Labs program, where if you want to be part of driving innovation in any assistive product, you can become a member of this network. And our entrepreneurs spend at least 6 weeks in the communities of persons with disabilities, co-creating and co-innovating with them to bring this voice in the innovation process. And we've seen the impact of that, and it's been tremendous in terms of the changes we've seen in products going to market.
Amazing, amazing. I just want to encourage everybody to check out Bernard's incubator program. It's absolutely phenomenal. What do you think are the barriers when it comes to access to these low-cost assistive devices? And in what ways do you think innovation, inclusive innovation, can kind of help eliminate those barriers?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the barrier we've spoken about here is kind of, the cost. I mean, and it's quite a big barrier. But I think you have other barriers that, we still have a lot of stigma and discrimination around the issue of disability and even assistive products themselves. And this it goes way deeper into some of the issues we were talking about here, because it's about the mindset and it's about understanding things from, a diverse and, inclusive way. You also have these barriers around when it comes to the quality of products that go to certain markets. I mean, we've had a big problem where the charity model kind of leads in donating assistive products, but most of the time, the products donated are not of the best quality. So again, just to emphasize that, inclusive innovation does not compromise on quality. It actually enhances quality. And I think some of the barriers is looking at also systemic barriers, because we know that for the most marginalized parts of the population, we need to create systemic protection for them. meaning that the social protection systems should be able to cover those who cannot afford. And these are still quite underdeveloped in most of the developing world. And this is to say that the idea of inclusive innovation doesn't stop at product innovation. It can actually be elevated to policy as well as systems change. And this means bringing persons with disabilities in those rooms so that the solutions that are built can actually work.
Absolutely, absolutely. And one of the things about innovation entrepreneurship that always struck me is that there's kind of two gatekeepers. There's the education in design and universal design. And then on the other end of things, whenever a business is launched, there's the investment side of things. And that's another gate that we could use to kind of help filter out the companies that are not inclusively designing products and services versus the companies that are. So how do you see that investment angle playing out, especially with all this new emphasis on impact investing?
Absolutely. And I think this is a very important question, Anthony, because when you look at what drives innovation, we know that you cannot have innovation, especially products and services innovation, without the required resources. And I mean, when you look at the sectors across impact investing and venture capital, there has been a serious underrepresentation of founders with disabilities, investors with disabilities, and even models of investing that actually drive or consider disability. So I do see that the next frontier of impact investing again will be a combination of philanthropic capital and commercial capital, as well as government investment, what is now being called blended finance, because this is again to say that when it comes to investing in areas that are emerging or have been neglected for a long time, it does require all hands on deck to unlock those opportunities in those markets. And I think for assistive technology, it's going to be the next frontier of impact investing, because the level of awareness that we are driving and also the level of stepping up that entrepreneurs are doing, we're starting to see more sustainable solutions, more investable solutions that are targeting directly the community of persons with disabilities and their families. And I think this is going to be an exciting area to look at for the impact investing community and investors.
Amazing, amazing. Last question here. What can you leave us? What words of wisdom would you please leave us with today as the group here sets out on their journey to be more inclusive designers?
Yeah, I think I'd want to leave everyone here with this thought that our discussion today around intersectionality and around inclusive design and universal design, they all point to one thing, and that is creating a sustainable future for humanity. And I think when we think about the future of the world, and that is people, the planet, and even the environment, this can be a very powerful force for creating a sustainable future. And we all have a part to play to elevating the importance of universal design, of inclusive design, and taking it everywhere, especially in areas that matter most in terms of creating impact. And that is innovation, investing, and systems change.
I absolutely love it. Please, let's give us a round of applause for Bernard. Thank you, Bernard. You are an incredible, incredible human. Thank you so much. So just a reminder, today was the kickoff for NAV's Mangfold i Mai. I want to again acknowledge and recognize our supporters. This is Research Council of Norway, Forskningsrådet, Doga for providing us this amazing venue. Let's give Doga a round of applause. Come on. Thank you to Nav. Thank you to the folks who donated to this work. It's really amazing because we really need as much support as we can get so we can do this again next year. Thank you to the captioner. Please, let's give them a round of applause so they can see our recognition. Thank you to Anne. Thank you to Regant, who are holding this whole thing together. They are the glue to our work here. Thank you, Sumita. What an amazing, amazing addition to our team. Thank you to the tech folks. They did amazing as well. Thank you to you. And please take all the food with you. Have a great day. This is the bare minimum.